All right, welcome everybody to the Myth Podcast, episode number 17. Today we'll be continuing our historical retrospective series and celebration of Myth's greatest tradition, the Myth World Cup. In this episode, we will be covering the Myth World Cup 2012 finals. I am GKG. I am joined by my co-host Asmo, and we have special guests Gekko and Dantski. Welcome to the podcast, guys.
Hello.
Hey again.
Hey, nice to be here.
So, who wants to kick us off? Does anybody remember much from this year, 2012?
I can do the precursor stuff, and you guys can talk about the match since you guys are actually in it. I'm just an observer.
Sure.
I mean, so what I remember from 2012 is, to me, these are probably clearly the two best teams that ended up making the finals, but there was like some interesting matches along the way. I know the previous year, 2011, the Bulls won it, and they were pretty dominant. And this SP team is like similar-ish to the Bulls, but you guys had quite a bit more struggles, if I remember right. Like I think Paris was captaining your team for at least a few rounds, and I think you guys actually lost. Maybe it was to my team that you guys lost to, and so you guys were playing out of the bottom bracket. And I know SP also had a scare in the bottom bracket finals, which was a 5-game series. They played NC. They went down 2-0. Wait, did GKG leave? Okay, no, he's
No, I'm
still here.
here.
Yeah, I know you guys went down like 2-0, and then like did the reverse sweep to make the finals. So it was like pretty. You guys were pretty close to not even making the finals, what I remember right. And I think my team was like the most dominant team this year, headed in towards finals. That's sort of what I remember. And yeah, that's like the precursor I remember going into these final films.
Yeah, I think one of the things to say about this year is, even though we're only looking at the finals, the NC team was on the par with both these teams. Because,
Yeah.
as you said, Southern Parkians had to reverse sweep them to get through the finals, and they took my team in the top bracket finals to the fifth game.
Oh,
They
really?
were
I
very
didn't know
close.
that.
They were very close to tying that series and forcing a tiebreaker.
Man, you guys remember quite a bit more than me. So, first of all, I need to unpack a little bit what was already said. Asmo, what was your team? I actually don't remember.
I don't remember. TSS was the name of it. I can't remember what it actually stood for. It was like the fourth place team. It's like we were better than everyone else, but clearly worse than all the contenders. It was like Roadkill, Monty, Lizard King, players like that.
Kind of a WTC team vibe.
Yeah, sort of.
And you said we struggled against your team, actually?
No, you guys struggle versus name changers.
Oh,
So it
okay.
is, yeah. You guys barely. I mean, I can't remember the specific games what they looked like, but I mean, you go down 2-0 in a series and a best of five. You gotta sweep the Raiders to get to the final. So I remember watching those.
Yeah, I remember that too. And Don, you said you thought the NC team was as strong as these two teams. Do we remember? I remember the NC team had Shyster and Limp and Ska, but I thought that maybe they were a little bit weaker than maybe
Let me
2011.
bring the team up. I mean, it's a
They were
fairly
missing
standard
Eastwind
team.
that they had in 2011, right?
Yeah.
So,
Let me
is
go
there a
back.
website by the way for this year?
Yeah, I'll bring that up.
Okay, thanks.
I'll post in chat.
Was 2012 like the last year there was an MWC website, or no? That was 2013, maybe. It was one of those
No,
years.
I think there was one in 2018, wasn't there?
Okay, okay, sure.
Uh,
Maybe besides like yeah. Well, I guess when there was like a break for a while before there was a break.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. This NC team. I mean, yes, it doesn't have Eastwind, but I mean they've got Nemesis for some reason, and I mean they've got Captain. They picked up Blade. Well, obviously, that's not as good a thing, but they've got something called Seven Dust, and I don't know who that is.
Oh,
That
seven
sounds like a
dust.
Smurf.
Is that nine ball possibly dumbing or something?
It makes me think it
Mm,
might have been one of the Dren's old TFL friends or something,
Oh, yeah.
possibly.
And I thought that was a real myther, but I just wonder if it's also a dummy in that case. I'm not sure.
Possibly.
they got Sam on the team, so that's pretty solid still.
Sam,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay, yeah. I mean, I guess I don't know. I look at this. I look at least at what is the name of y'all's team? Gekko and Dante. What's the name of that team?
It's my team.
My team. Okay, that's right.
That's why it's so confusing when
you're saying my team, like what? Okay. Yeah, I just look at that roster and it looks like freaking monstrous to me. I don't know. Like, what do you think, Asmo?
I think I have to go look at SP's roster after this, but I think my team, like relative to NC, I think NC's top players are pretty good in terms of competing with my team. But the further you go down the depth, like there's no weaknesses on my teams in terms of depth. To get to like the 6th and 7th player on NC, then there's like a clear difference between the 6th and 7th player on NC relative to my team.
Yeah. By the way, I just dragged in Kryptos. Kryptos, feel free to chime in because you're in these finals. I didn't even realize that until just now when I looked at this. Kryptos, what do you remember from this year? If you're there. Okay, he'll come back later. I was gonna say Kryptos is kind of like the weakest player on this roster, right? But he's actually not that bad in 2012 either, right? Like he's kind of like arguably 4 balls at this point already. I don't know, but
Inculator's gonna have a birthday party if he goes back and hears this.
Who?
Inculator. he's on my team.
Oh, I don't even recognize that name. What is that?
He's a French mether. He's like Father.
Oh, Ankulator. Ankulator. That's right.
Ankulator.
Yeah. I got you. Yeah, I don't know. I remember. Okay, yeah. Ankulator was not as good as Kryptos for sure. Okay, so and does he play later in the games? Let's see.
I doubt it. I don't think so.
No.
I mean, we let Dante play, so I assume Ank does play a few games at least. But I don't know, maybe he turned up and then benched himself. I don't know.
It doesn't look like he's in here, but yeah, it sounds like something Ankulator would do. He kind of benched himself sometimes, yeah. So that's interesting. Yeah, you guys are rekindling my memory here a little bit about some stuff that I forgot about. So yeah, I do remember the reverse sweep in the bottom bracket finals. Yep. And that was pretty cool to do. I actually remember like when we were down 2-0 too. It was kind of similar to the other match we just got done reviewing, which was, what was that, 2013 against my agents. It was kind of like a similar deal. I remember going down 2-0 and I was like actually not that worried about it, because I kind of, part of my planning going into matches, as I always look at like what games we're going to be weak on and what we're going to be strong on, and I kind of like visualize ahead of time how I think the match is going to play out. So like if I see that we're weak the first couple games, like those are our weakest maps, then like I kind of mentally prepare myself in advance of the match that like, hey, we might go down 2-0 or 0-2, I guess. And like, I don't know, just it just kind of helps to mentally prepare in advance for that scenario. And I kind of usually see it coming. So I also wanted to point out that, yeah, so Paris did captain our team throughout I think the entire QR. And I believe we played my team the last week of the QR, if I'm not mistaken. And I can't remember how we did against NC in the QR. I don't remember. If anybody else remembers that, chime in. But I do remember we got swept 5-0 against my team in the QR. Does anybody else remember that? Because I remember it.
Apparently there's 3 different pools in the QR and all the top 3 were separated. So we played in the E rounds.
Oh, really?
Really?
What?
That's so strange.
Hang on, let me pull this up because I remember distinctly getting swept by you guys.
Yeah, but that was top bracket semifinals.
Oh, it was that late in the tournament.
Yeah.
What? Was I capping?
I remember Paris was captaining at the start of that match, but I think you guys went 2 or 3-0 down, and then you started captaining.
Okay, and we still got swept. Okay. Damn. Was Paris... Man, I have to now ask... Man, wow. This really... this goes to show you your memories can be so flawed, because I thought that was the final week of the QRs when that happened, like basically earlier in the tournament. And I thought that Paris captained everything up to that point. So, but this is suggesting that he captained almost the entire tournament then, and I only took over like basically the very end of the tournament, which that'd been hard for me to pull off, because usually it takes some, like, you know, even as capping and even though coming off the win in 2011, like it takes some a little bit of repetition and getting back in the swing of things, warming up again with that. So I am really surprised by that. Does anybody have the link to that MWC 2012 website?
Dantski linked it in general.
Okay, got it.
Just a tidbit about NC's roster. Seven Dust is apparently he was Lord Iron Fist from TFL, who was considered a top player on TFL. That's what I'm hearing. He was a friend with Adrenaline.
So, okay, so his original name was Lord Iron Fist. I do recognize that
Yeah.
name. I thought Seven Dust was also a player, but okay, interesting. Maybe is Seven Dust like a reference to something else outside of Myth too? Maybe that's what I'm remembering. I don't know, but
Not sure.
so what happened? So all three teams were separated in the QR pools. Wow. I want to see if I can. I got the site pulled up now. So can anybody? I'm having a hard time navigating the site. Can anybody see, like, was Paris capping? Is that shown anywhere in this site?
It's going to be
I don't
hard
think
to.
you've got the individual game stats.
Yeah.
I don't think
Have to like pull out the actual films to see that? Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I do remember what Dantski said though. He definitely kept it into the DE rounds. I don't know, like if it was every week, but against my team he did.
All right, so I'm going to go out on a limb and say, because this is what I remember. So the reason Paris was capping, by the way, was because I just did not want to fucking captain. Like I think maybe people will be surprised to hear that, but I 2011, like, I don't know, capping is a lot of work. I guess I think actually maybe it's not that surprising, because like, yeah, Asmo, Rat King, some other of the more regular captains, like, yeah, we tend to all kind of step down coming in and out for a while, because it's just such a it takes so much work and you just kind of get burnt out. And I think I was just like heavily burnt out from 2011 as I recall. And yeah, so Paris kind of took over, and I was hoping things would work out. I can't believe it went that late into the tournament though. That's crazy to me. So yeah, and then so he must have captained basically almost the entire tournament. Yeah, I remember I took over. Yeah, I do remember this. I took over like 2 or 3 games in that top bracket finals, and again, I must have been like pretty rusty by that point, not prepared anything, so didn't really help turning anything around. And then that must have kind of lit a fire under my ass to like get our shit put together by the bottom bracket finals, which apparently was, yeah, just in the nick of time, I guess, because that was kind of close too. So yeah, that's really interesting. That is not my memory at all. That's kind of makes it, I'm kind of more impressed with myself at that point. I can't believe I did that. Anyway, 20, also I want to just say, like, coming off of 2011, like, so in 2012, I don't remember there being much drama between these teams. I'm sure there was a little bit, because, you know, we weren't exactly super friendly with one another. Well, and me in particular, anyway. I'm surprised to see that Ghengis came back and played with us again, because he was kind of still like, you know, he kind of famously leaked some of our internal team chat on Bulls in 2011. So I'm not actually sure why Ghengis played with us again. Because obviously this was his last year playing with me, and he went off to basically team with NC and NP teams from there on out. But yeah, there's not too much crazy drama. It definitely, I feel like it simmered down quite a bit from 2011. But like the big drama at the end of 2011 was I wrote that article, The Push Factor. that strategy article, and yeah, I was a bit of a dick in that article. Admittedly, I was a bit of a dick at that point in time for sure in general. But basically, I had won that year, and I was trying to kind of that was the first initial beginnings of me trying to let everybody know, particularly captains, like kind of a new way of thinking about the strategy of the game. And people took it as like, because I was being a dick in the article, people got very defensive about it and thought I just wrote that article just to talk shit. But I genuinely was trying to tell everybody like how to beat me and how to beat my strategies by like kind of doing something similar. And nobody really listened at the time. And it was only until many years later, I feel, that people started to become more open to the ideas I was espousing. So coming into 2012 here, like I remember not being too happy seeing Bone captain. So we see in these finals games, Rab captains the first game, and then I think it's Bone, aka Ducky, everything after that. And I was really not happy about that because like I just saw Chickenwire captains a game too. Interesting. Because I just remember like thinking to myself like this roster is like so stacked, and I I just saw a bunch of wasted potential with Ducky as captain. Like, and it should have been a much closer, much better, higher level finals than it ended up being. Like, I don't. My memory after these finals was like, I don't really blame any individual player on this team. Like, looking at what Ducky was doing with the strategies and the trades, just basically handicapped you guys' entire team, and that's kind of what determines the outcome here, in my opinion. Anybody disagree with anything, or I want to add anything to anything I said?
I don't know. I'll have to see the films.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll have to see the films. I do know that, like, yeah, I mean, you got Rabican on your team. You should probably be captaining. And in my opinion, Ducky's had some questionable captain appearances, but when he plays like a role play role, he's actually a top player.
Oh, phenomenal player. Yeah, phenomenal player. But like I guess in 2010 was what really kind of the performance of the team that he captained in 2010 was kind of why I already had in my mind viewed him this way as a captain. And I like the guy. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to like. It's not like a personal attack or anything. I just didn't like his strategies. That was all. Gekko, what were you trying to say?
I didn't remember I was playing in this.
You don't remember anything from this year?
No, I'm absolutely blown away by you guys remembering anything at all.
I mean, I remember something at least, but I guess I was capping. Were you kind of like just showing and playing for the most part, Gekko? You're probably not that involved in like the forums or anything else. Like, yeah, that makes sense. I can see how you don't remember anything then.
With the forums in 2002 or 1 for you assholes. No, not you, but people in general.
Yeah. No, I stayed out of the forums for the longest time until 2010 when I quit NC and that whole drama picked up, and I totally regret getting involved in the forums. Like, I wasted so many years and so much time on those forums for so many years thereafter. It was terrible, but I got away from it again, but it took me a long time.
But yeah, I mainly showed up and roll was pretty high at the time.
Kryptos, are you back?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't realize I'd be commenting at all. So.
Well, I see you're in the finals, so yeah, I mean, feel free to chime in. Like, what do you remember from 2012?
Happy Face or my team or something. It was like slapped together. I don't know if it was Ducky or Dantski that was captaining. Maybe they switched on and off. But I'd have to probably watch the films. It's, what has it been, like 13 years?
Yeah, me too. Don, did you captain at all? Do you remember?
I think early on we just had our forum and it was asked like, right, who's going to captain? And then there was just silence for like a day in the forum. And then Ducky said, I guess I'll captain then. So that's more or less how it works.
Yeah, that's what it kind of seemed like to me too. Like everybody's being very.
Yeah.
I mean, and I don't blame them. I did the same thing. I didn't want to captain almost the entire tournament. So.
Yeah, it's because obviously you'd like Rabican to captain us, but you have to remember Rabican's effort into Myth probably post 2007 is basically zero.
Yeah. Right.
So it's very hard to get him to do anything.
Yeah, for sure. I wonder if like. I must have just wanted a break. Maybe the plan all along was. I really wonder if the plan all along for our team was to. Although it's surprising that I didn't captain the full top bracket finals. It must not have been the plan. I was wondering if the plan was maybe I just needed a break. So like, hey, Paris, take us to the top bracket finals or the finals, and then I'll take over or something. But.
That wasn't in the top bracket finals, though. You guys lost before them.
Oh, okay. It wasn't the top bracket finals. Gotcha. Okay. So yeah, okay, that makes more sense to me. It must have been like DE2, I would assume then, something like that.
Something like that.
Yeah. Okay, that makes more sense. So it must have been, I think the plan was probably like, hey, Paris, I'm super burnt out. You take these matches that don't matter as much, and then I'll take over kind of thing. But like, yeah, I probably should have been more prepared for that match against my team because yeah, we got destroyed, and I was like, damn, we gotta turn this shit around quick, otherwise we have no chance.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the only other thing I remember about our team was very chilled out this year. Like if someone wanted to play, even if they hadn't played all week, or in Dante's case, since QR, he got to play. So yeah, we just kind of. Everyone was very relaxed. I think Ducky was the only one putting any effort in really this year. So
yeah, I don't remember there being any like major beef or shit talk or drama. I think the biggest drama was like what I remember is in the bottom bracket finals when we went down 2-0 or 0-2, Limp started talking a bunch of shit as he always does, right? And I was just like, I remember thinking at the time, I was like, dude, that's so foolish. The match isn't done. Like, why would you start talking a bunch of shit before the match is even like? I think most people think that like they try to like get into their opponent's head by like talking a bunch of shit, right? But it's just like the absolute wrong thing to do against me. It just makes me play better, not worse. So like it was like the worst thing to do, I think. And maybe it didn't matter in the end, but I just remember like Limp and I were cool up until that point. We had no issues. And then he just like randomly started talking a bunch of shit. I was like, where'd that come from? Like I didn't know Limp very well enough, I guess, at the time. Obviously in hindsight, he had a pattern of that, but him and I were actually like pretty cool, and I was kind of surprised by that. Anyway, let's dive into these films here. I'm gonna pull up game one. I'll skim the PT and I'll pause there and I'll let everybody know when I start it. I feel like we just watched a very similar game as this like DE Tirri's against a Rabican captain's team. Did we not just watch this for a different MWC Asmo?
I've just felt like we watched this map and game so many times.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember what game we're talking about. What was it 2013? No, I don't know. Yeah, we did.
No, it's the 2018 stuff.
2018. You're right. Yep.
Something like that.
That's right, 2018.
It's on my team, but Ducky. I was thinking Ducky was captain, but I think the sudden death is like really intense, if I remember right.
Yeah, we are coming in from the bottom bracket here, so my team has the sudden death advantage, and I don't know if I knew. I think I felt pretty good going into sudden death. The format like favors me a lot, and being able to pick maps. If you don't put in a bunch of planning ahead of time, like so the way the sudden death format works, like if you put in a bunch of preparation the entire tournament, you could get like a massive advantage in just being able to pick the sudden death picks because the other team doesn't know what you're going to pick until right before you play. So
Oh yeah, I do remember in our forum we were like Ducky posted his strats for the finals, but there was nothing about SD picks or anything.
yeah, I'm sure.
With just a few days left to go, and I was like, guys, what are we picking?
Right.
No one had any
Game
idea.
on.
So I think I was the one that ended up picking team's map in the end.
Gotcha. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all. That's happened so many times. Not just Ducky. Like it's been multiple instances. A lot of captains will like literally do no effort for the sudden death, which is like crazy to me because it's like a massive potential advantage if you put in the effort. I wanted to ask you. Gekko says he doesn't remember anything, but Dante, I mean, you got some experience capping yourself. Do you remember like being? Did you just not care, or did you have any thoughts about Ducky's capping and strategies at this point in time?
I think this was kind of after a few years of I'd played with Ducky a few times before. I think maybe a previous year we played with Ducky as captain on the. I don't know what the team name was, but yeah, it was a worse team in this. And yeah, I mean, we play with Ducky because he's a fun captain. He organises relatively well, and he was always a good person to have in random games as your captain.
Right.
But in terms of tournament captaining, I mean, at this point, aside from probably Rabican, yourself, maybe a couple of others, there's no one that really standed out as a captain back then. Because you often had back then like Storm Rider as captain, and no offense to Storm Rider, but his captaining wasn't amazing, but his teams were always able to do okay.
Right.
So I feel like Ducky kind of fell under the same umbrella there, as in occasionally you do something a bit wacky, but generally you could probably still win with him captaining.
Yeah, that's probably fair to say. Yeah, I was excited to see Rabican captain the first game, and I was like really disappointed to see whenever Ducky took over again because I did not want to captain it. And I don't know if he actually like because he had the big controversial trade in like I think it was the last game of the 2010 finals, which was Desert Terries with no pus. And I was like, well, maybe he'll have at least learned his lesson by then. And we'll see. I don't remember exactly what he did in this finals, but I do remember like some of his trades were like not great again. But okay, anyway, talking about this game here, interesting. You know, we were just talking about this game in the 2018 finals. The whole discussion about souls or no souls on this. Looks like I still do get some souls, so we're going with the soul strategy on this. And Rabican basically does something similar. He actually has slightly less souls than me. I go no dwarfs, which I think is correct. The dwarfs are just too hard to protect, I think, with so much pus and these units on the map. But and also with all the water and the rain, just the dwarfs start to make not so much sense. But all in all, I would say these trades are fairly similar, not super different. I do like to see that they have Rabican opts for just one solar, so Kryptos has all the souls. Instead of doing those like what he was doing before was like 3 soul splits. Actually, looking at my splits are kind of like that. So I'm doing like the 3 and 4 soul splits that I just said was not good to do, but yeah. We'll see how that plays out.
Is this the game where you learn not to do that?
Maybe. Apparently, I didn't know that. In 2018, I think I knew not to do that, but here I did not. So, yeah, that was obviously something I learned later on. Yeah, anybody else got any other comments before we start this one? No? All right.
Yeah, I think about rap is it doesn't like parts.
Is anybody else getting an echo from Gekko?
Yes,
Yeah.
It kind of sounded like a robot, so.
Yeah, you got an echo there, Gek.
I do.
Yeah.
Okay.
No worries. I'm at 11:57 actually on the film. If you guys can just like get to that time, 11:57, and then we'll start it.
It's better.
Yep, 11:57.
Gekko, you good?
Yeah.
All right. 3, 2, 1, go.
I'd say in terms of the teams, I like my team on light maps. I think it favors their roster, and I'd say trail maps favors SB.
Yeah, totally agreed with that. I mean, you got Ghengis and I don't think...
Flag.
So I've mentioned this before. Cruniac here in 2012, like later on, Cruniac becomes pretty known as like a top player, but this is his first year kind of as a rag myther in a top rag myth like MWC tournament. So he's kind of rough around the edges still as a player, and so he wouldn't. I wouldn't be giving him heavy hitting roles probably in this. He'd be more like a dark map player that I would give like fetch to or something like that. But yeah, Ghengis and I probably are the top 2 throwers in the game already at this point in time. So Tro maps would heavily favor our team, I would say. Actually,
Captured.
I'm interested in seeing what Chickenwire and Gekko do this game because they got the doors, so I want to see if they get value off of them.
right.
Flag
This time, but fuck.
You're still echoing Gekko.
captured.
Oh, that's weird.
Flag captured.
My team commits
Flag
like all mid
captured.
right now, while SP sort of doing a 3-pong.
Flag captured. Flag captured.
Okay, I think that should fix it.
Yep, it's fixed.
Yeah, I tried to route my sound through a different program to turn up the volume.
Yeah,
Flag captured.
my team gets control of middle. They got strong mid control with their 1 soul pack there. I like their position better actually right now.
Flag captured. Flag
Actually, I'm
contested.
gonna turn on the F8 settings here because it's like really hard to see the colors on this map
Flag
without
contested.
the blue and red dots.
Flag captured. Flag captured.
I expect to see
Flag
like just a ton
contested.
of positioning, like not much fighting probably for like most of the time probably.
Flag contested.
Did we do bottle? I can't remember if we did bottle pus on this. I thought we did one year, but I can't remember if it was this year.
I don't.
No,
think I saw
we don't have a
any
door,
ball
so we didn't.
Lost.
We can't have bottles. Yeah.
Flag captured.
I think we did some such
Flag
posts, or
captured.
I think
Flag
at least
lost.
Chickenwire said something.
Flag
Put it in
contested.
the planning time.
Pus went down by Paris. Looks like it just counter pussing. Let's see if he actually finishes it off. No, he doesn't.
No, that's a bad pus. There's no
Not a
follow
great
up
start.
there.
Flag captured.
I didn't see the initial pus. I don't know if it was autoed or
Flag
planned.
captured.
Where's that? Another pus went down in the north. That was Tirri's pus. He did basically the same thing that Paris just got done doing to him, so
Oh,
he didn't follow
pus
up
in the
either.
south
Captured.
too.
Flag
Pus in the south
lost.
was a pus on a goal too.
Flag
It's not, that's
contested.
not 4 pus used on goals already.
Flag
Yeah, Karma
captured.
against Grimm's Bastard is Homer, I
Flag
think. Is that
contested.
Yeah, that's correct.
Flag lost.
Ooh, a dwarf just died north. I didn't see how it died.
Flag lost.
right? I did not see it either.
Flag
Paris taking an
captured.
engagement against Tirri in the north. Oh, and then he
Flag
pulls out.
contested.
Interesting.
Flag
Yeah, Tirri had a
contested.
little bit more, but he didn't take too much
Flag
damage on the way out.
contested.
Oh, Eastwind throws a pus, doesn't hit
Flag
anything.
captured.
Oh, ours gets a good pus off. But no follow-up, really.
Yeah, this is where the soulless are actually getting value.
Yeah,
Just
you guys
think
are
about
pushing
that.
into our souls, and now we're starting to get some value. Yep, exactly.
Flag.
We got all of our souls there in the north. That,
Flag contested.
oh no, Kryptos is there too. Oh,
Flag
no, okay, I can
captured.
choose Kryptos with ours. So
Flag contested.
this is where like actually having 2 or 3 solars might help
Flag
a little bit.
lost. Flag
so-
captured.
Tirri and ours get some cleanup there, but they're like standing right on top of our soul hill. Ooh, Ooh, our souls are going to get some good hits there on those Pus Warriors, I think. Ooh, maybe not.
Well,
Flag
at least Chickenwire's
captured.
dwarf is coming from a south. We'll see if
Flag
that gets
Yeah.
any value at all.
Flag.
Yeah, big fight here in the
contested.
north. Kryptos fighting to take control of that Soul
Yeah.
Hill.
I don't like my positioning there, though.
Flag captured.
These souls are a little clumped up on both sides.
Yeah, I agree.
Flag
Yeah,
lost.
Kryptos gets the Soul Hill again. We
Flag
back out.
Lost.
This is some pretty good play by both teams so far, I would say.
Flag captured.
Maybe some sloppy pusses that didn't get a lot of follow-up, but other than that, pretty
Flag lost.
pretty good play here.
Flag contested.
Apparently we're up in
Flag
percentage
contested.
slightly.
Yeah, both doors done.
Tirri and Chickenwire pushing
Flag
Cruniac.
captured.
Cruniac's gonna try and
Flag
save his
contested.
souls. I'm surprised Cruniac's not fighting that. Oh, yeah, he's down a little bit, I think. Yeah, he is. Yeah,
Yeah, that's a very bad fight.
yeah, Tirri and Cruniac have the same colors, so I misjudged it, yeah.
Flag captured.
Yeah, I mean, the entire bottom of the map is all yours and flags. So-
Flag lost.
Yeah, still plenty of time. Oh, percentage is evened up quite a bit, so this is still, I mean, we're up in flags, but with 5.5 minutes, it doesn't really matter that much right now.
Flag
It's still
lost.
pretty much anybody's game
Flag
at this point.
lost.
I would like to see
Flag
my team
captured.
split up Kryptos' Solus later in the game, towards the end of the game. Like
Flag
that'd be really important.
captured.
If they don't split up Kryptos' Solus, that's gonna be a big blunder, I would say.
If I'm remembering
Flag
right, I
lost.
think we might actually do that.
I would think so because like Rabican
makes
is
sense.
smart enough to do something like that
5
for sure.
minutes
I would
remaining.
totally expect him to do that.
Flag captured.
I would like to see
Flag lost.
my team send the post south. Karma's chasing
Flag captured.
Homer. Neither one has a pus, but Homer has like almost all wars there, so they could be a big
Flag
percentage swing
captured.
with just one pus down there.
Right.
Yeah, I think I'm noticing that ours still has both his pass,
Flag captured.
and he's kind of just following a soul pack mostly at the moment.
I'm telling Browning to run
Flag
with his
lost.
couple souls that he's got. We don't want to engage Kryptos' souls. He's got too many.
Flag captured. Flag captured. Flag captured. Flag captured. Flag lost.
Pus goes down. Doesn't hit anything. Is that Paris again? Oh, he picks up a dud. Okay.
Flag
Yeah, I think he
lost.
spent it because he wanted to pick up the dud.
Flag
there. Okay.
contested. Flag lost.
Homer's chasing now Tirri.
Flag captured. Flag captured.
Karma split up for flags.
Flag lost.
Three minutes. At this
Flag
point, you'd
captured.
want to start getting everybody more spread out to get position ready for the end game. Wow, something big happened in the northeast there. That was a bottle pus from Gekko, I think, possibly. I didn't see it exactly, but that's what it sounded like.
Flag
And given the
captured.
chat, I'm guessing he hit Cruniac.
Yeah, I hit.
Yeah.
Flag
Yup.
lost.
Nice.
Flag
So Gekko
captured.
gets a nice bottle plus on Cruniac.
Myself for blowing
Flag
myself
lost.
early part of the game.
Flag lost.
Rabican also want to
Flag
leave fight
captured.
against Ghengis in the south.
Flag captured. Flag contested. Flag captured. Flag captured. Flag
Yeah, I'd
captured.
say right now it's pretty much even with my
Flag
team having a
contested.
slight advantage since they have less souls and it's getting towards the tagging game.
Flag lost.
Yeah, they have the
I'm
advantage at
picking
this
them up,
point.
I think.
Flag
Okay, it looks
contested.
like ours is half a souls
Flag
now.
captured.
Yeah,
Flag
yeah, they
captured.
split up. Yeah,
Flag
yeah. This
contested.
NP team is very.
Flag
This
lost.
NP Cox team is very smart.
Flag
so of course they're gonna split up
captured.
stuff like that.
Flag
They're very good at
lost.
that.
Flag lost. Flag lost.
Yeah, it's
Flag
looking good
captured.
for my
Flag
team right now.
contested.
I mean, they're up a few
Flag
percentage.
captured.
They are way up in flags with only less than 2 minutes to go. It's looking really good for them right now.
Noted in the southeast, Homer is a ghoul with something in it. So
Yeah.
Flag
he's
lost.
forcing Carter away.
Flag captured.
Yeah, I didn't see him with a pus before, so but it does look like a pus. It's a full health goal.
Flag
I'm
lost.
trying to figure out what the pus count is. I
Flag
think SP has more
captured.
pus right now, so
Flag
even with the percent being
lost.
different, it's
Flag
probably pretty
contested.
cool.
Actually, that's
Flag
probably a small
lost.
pus on Homer's goal because he's right next to the small pus pile. No, it was a big pus.
Flag
Oh, he just hit 3
lost.
warriors. Nice. So he saved it.
Flag
And
lost.
Karma commits to the fight.
Flag
Oh, interesting.
captured.
Oh, Karma's gonna take a bunch of damage right there.
Contested. 1 minute remaining. Flag
That's
captured.
a good engagement by Homer.
Flag
Really good engagement.
lost. Flag
Tirri
captured.
committed a little bit too to try and
Flag
save it,
captured.
but I think
Flag
Homer just ends up
contested.
winning a big fight there.
Flag lost. Flag lost.
Oh, he got a little sloppy with his melee. Okay, Karma starts to
Flag
bring in
captured.
tons of.
Flag
That was a good
lost.
pus. Paris brought in another pus.
Flag
So
contested.
Karma brought in a bunch more units,
captured.
but I still think
Flag contested.
Homer got good
Flag
value there,
lost.
even though he had a retreat at the end.
30 seconds.
The percentages evened up.
Flag captured. Flag lost.
Flags
Flag
are getting close. Percentages are close. This is a
Flag
nail biter right
lost.
here.
Flag lost. Flag captured. Flag captured. Flag lost. Flag captured. Flag contested. Flag captured. Sudden death. Flag lost. Flag captured. Flag contested.
I would like to
Flag
see. Oh, that's
captured.
my souls. I would like to see my
Flag
souls split
lost.
up a bit more. I got 3
Flag
souls in the north a
lost.
little bit.
Flag
and,
lost.
Kind of like north northeast of mid.
Flag lost.
Those need to get spread out more.
Flag lost. Flag contested. Flag
And
contested.
it's surprised still have 10%.
Flag contested.
Hopefully they're spread out.
Flag lost. Flag
Ooh, Tirri's
captured.
soul is going to take some damage
Flag
here. He's going to lose a
captured.
soul. He's not. I don't think he's
Flag
paying
contested.
attention. He must be all over the
Flag
map.
lost.
Oh, GKG,
Flag
your pus
captured.
bounced off Ars's warriors and hit
Flag
nothing.
contested.
Oh, that sucks.
Flag lost.
But you'll still probably clear up his
Flag
warriors anyway.
contested.
So
Flag captured. Flag lost. Flag captured. Flag captured. Flag
Oh, Tirri
contested.
does save that soul mid. Wow.
Flag
Surprised.
lost. Flag contested. Flag
Yeah,
captured.
Tirri's definitely split up because you got
Flag
units in the
contested.
south. So he was
Flag
watching that mid soul,
captured.
yes.
Yeah.
Flag lost. Flag contested. Flag captured. Flag lost. Flag contested.
Cruniac's got 2
Flag
souls in the
captured.
east that probably need to get
Flag
spread out.
lost. Flag contested.
Like these at this point in the game, like the souls really should be all spread out. Like.
Game over.
Oh wow! Wow!
Was not
No.
expected there.
I did not expect it to end there either.
That's close one.
That's as close as it gets, pretty much. Yeah, I mean,
It's clusterfuck all over. Every time.
At least they got some damage, but that ending, yeah, that sucked. I should have split them off or spared them out. So like Rabican's got 0%. You know,
Kryptos has.
no, Kryptos, you had a really good game. You had the good damage there. Only lost a few units, and I mean, I thought the split was fine that you guys did. I actually thought I clumped up my souls a little too much. I was surprised I didn't spread them out more, but I got good damage too. 6 of those losses, I think, are white heals. Hopefully, yeah, that was.
I think. Sorry, I was thinking that you guys were probably just getting overwhelmed, so it was probably better for you to fall back anyway. You know, otherwise, why would you give up the hill?
The hill in the north that we were
Yeah,
No, I think the game was really well played by both teams. Honestly, just I think the biggest blunder was maybe some pusses that kind of were wasteful, but that almost happens like no matter what. You always see some wasted putts, especially on maps with a lot of putts. But yeah, no,
In the beginning,
yeah,
where I got my dwarf got passed, and then I went to kill the goal with my melee, and I had satchels. I blew up 3 of my melee. One with the dwarf that died. So that was not so good.
Does anyone in the game remember what happened when the game ended? Was that like a coordinated end, or did it just happen?
judging by the chat, it looks like it just ended. Like there was no chat about it, and even the way we all watched it, it seemed like a pretty sudden ending, right? Like I think it just kind of worked out that way, but it definitely was not planned. I don't think.
Yeah, Tirri was so close to flipping a flag in the southeast. It's like crazy.
I'm not seeing it. Oh yeah, like our home flag basically. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, yeah. He's like 2 seconds maybe, but yeah. Um, what was I gonna say? Oh, do we think that my team's dwarfs got value? Did anybody see? Yeah, yeah. All right, well, right. Yeah, that's why I don't like getting them. They're just too. They're just good. They're just good plus targets, and it's just like really hard to defend them. So yeah, you're kind of quiet, Gekko. I turned you all the way up, but you're kind of quiet still. Shit. Okay. All right. Yeah. Hang on. I'm seeing a problem too. You got kids sleeping, Gekko? Hang on. Let me fix this audio. Yeah. The looks like the audio just suddenly stopped working randomly, and I have no idea why.
My dwarf got passed, and then
Should be fixed now.
blew up all my melee, 3 melee. So it was negative.
Oh, because your dwarf blew up your own melee when it died?
Yeah.
Yeah, that sucks.
So
Yeah.
no, it's just blunder by me.
Well, I mean, it.
But my prediction was correct. I said that I'm probably fuck up, and
I mean, like when the dwarfs blow up like that, it's just kind of like bad luck. I feel like I don't know.
especially when you carry satchels.
Oh, did you not drop satchels too?
No. Why would I do that?
Okay. Yeah, that's funny. All right. I'm starting up the next game. Okay, we got the smells flag rally. So, seeing how we lost this in the finals the previous year, going against NC, I would hope that I maybe learned my lesson, but we'll see.
I do have a question about this actually. We had smells basically every single finals, it felt like, for like 10 years. And I don't feel like we've seen this map played for a long, long time now.
Yeah, it fell out of favor. I think it really fell out of favor after a while, yeah.
Like,
I like the map personally.
I would just like to see confusion locks replaced with normal ones.
Yeah, I agree. No, I like this map. I would like to play more. I've been the person picking the maps a lot recently, and people complain when I put this map in, so that's why it hasn't been seen very often.
I just encountered a video issue as well. I got to restart Myth. Hang on.
Asmo, I offered, if you want help picking, let me know. That way people can blame me instead.
Yeah, I definitely, if I end up posting, I probably do not want to pick the majority of the maps. I don't know, I think a change is good every once in a while.
I think there's some like old school maps that haven't been played in Myth World Cup in like a long time. So I'm gonna do some searching.
Oh, this is so wild. I cannot get the video working for some reason. What? And my audio stopped working too? Are you serious? Holy shit, I'm running into some major issues right now. Damn it. Ah, jeez. Man, I'm gonna assume I'm gonna check my stream, but I'm assuming it's not working. Yeah, it's not. Oh shit. Wow, I really need to get this fixed. This is so ridiculous. Why I have all these issues all the time. Can you guys hear me still? Okay. Wow. Wow, this really this really sucks. I'm gonna have to try and restart OBS. It might interrupt the recording. I don't know what else to do though. Hang on.
I'm not going to stick around for this, by the way. I need to go. I'm doing too much shit around here right now, but just wanted to pop in and discuss.
All good. All right, I've started the film again. I'm gonna skim through the PT here. I started the recording and stream again. My resolution's a little screwed up because something happened, but it'll work.
Both teams' trades are pretty similar. SP has a extra dwarf. My team got one archer. I was talking about, I don't know if they got on the previous recording, but I think one archer is pretty decent to put on the sidewall and harass the flag that your team doesn't get, whether it's the west or east one, just to constantly either push them off or get damage. But yeah, I feel like both trades are fine, so it's just going to come down to execution.
Yeah, we saw that archer strategy. I want to say it was 2008. Chickenwire, I think, did it. Is that right?
2006.
2006. Oh shit. Okay, 2006. Then Rabican probably did that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You must be right. Yeah. And it worked well. It worked well then. It looks like I did not do the thrall strategy that NC did the previous year. I basically did the same thing, I think. And I mean, I think that's fine. Like, I do think it was more of an execution problem than a trade problem necessarily the year before for us. But yeah, otherwise the trades are really pretty much the same. It's really going to come down to like distributions and directions for people. We got 5 dwarfs, they got 4, and just the 1 archer difference. Yeah. I am ready to start it. You guys ready?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
3, 2, 1, go.
Game on.
Do you remember why you haven't played up to this point, Dantski? Did you show up late, or what was the reason why you're
I
set?
think I've never really liked playing Drowned Empire, just because it's mostly a melee pus map, and dwarves are useless.
Yeah.
And this map, I'm fairly ambivalent on. Like, I don't mind playing this map or not.
Oh.
Like, I would only be doing a dwarf squad on this anyway, so anyone can do that.
I am very surprised that Dante gets one of the locks.
Yeah, that is
I mean,
surprising.
At this point, he's one of their probably most inactive member on their team. And, he was never like one of the peak MP players anyway, so it's sort of an interesting decision.
I think that theme of Dante getting really important units that he probably shouldn't be getting comes up later in this match as well. Well, we're going heavy mid with all the Hurons.
Flag captured.
Did we lose anybody, by the way? Is Gekko still around?
Flag captured.
Gekko had to go.
Gotcha. All right.
I guess the biggest difference in terms of splits I'm seeing is it looks like my team has their Herons split up much more than SP has them split between 2 players. My team might have split them between 4. I'm trying to track all of them right now, to be honest. Yeah, between 4 players, I think.
Oh, look at this. I gave Browning the other Huron pack, too. That's kind of surprising, huh?
Yeah, a little bit. I would have thought it would be Ghengis
or Paris or Eastern.
Paris.
Oh, Ghengis has a Warlock on the west.
Gotcha.
And Eastwind has the other lock, so...
Yeah, that makes sense. Still, I'm surprised Browning over Paris. I must have been not too happy with Paris at this point in time.
Yeah, I do think it's kind of strange neither of the lock players has a Heron near them for your team.
Yeah, maybe. Looks like I was trying to gut check middle with the Huron, all the Hurons, and now, man, I hope we do something because I feel like we're getting bottled up middle with these Hurons, and I'm not really liking what's happening for us right now. Like, these Hurons need to be trying to get into the backfield, and they're kind of stuck right now. Well, okay, I might be able to break through with Chickenwire, but, like, it's kind of risky always to rush a dwarf through these narrow chokes. So, I don't know. It's, yeah, especially with the lock right there. The lock can confuse. Yeah, I definitely can't push that. The lock's right there, so... For those that don't remember, the locks can confuse through the walls on this, so they just need range. They don't need line of sight. So we got Ghengis on the west. He should be able to push that. Okay, he throws a confusion down. Doesn't get anything for it, though. Oh, wow. Yeah, the goal already spent its pus, so he just wasted a confusion. Karma has got a Huron pack in the east with that one archer, and he's breaking through to our backfield. So he's going to get a clean breakthrough. I cannot believe that I am still messing with the middle. Both our Huron packs are still stuck middle. This is really bad capping by me right now. This is terrible. Oh, Jesus. We'll have you record next, Asmo. Yeah, this is looking like super bad for us right now. Yeah, which is never a good thing. Paris got Hurons. I handed off Hurons to Paris. Well, I must have handed my Hurons. Yeah, I don't know what I did. This is super, super awkward. I might have kept 2 Hurons somewhere. Oh, I see where I'm at. I'm deep in the south. So I couldn't get all my Hurons leaks through, but I just kept a couple with a gold pack. And actually, I'm getting value. I'm taking flags. Ducky's trying to shadow me with 4 Hurons, but I got a little bit of distance on him. Oh, they already got victory imminent. Yeah, it's it's still looking pretty good for my team right now. They got victory imminent. That's really important on this. Oh, he gets a good confusion on Paris's Hurons. Dante gets a good confusion. Ours is gonna. I don't know if ours is gonna be able to do much though. That confusion's gonna end here shortly. Oh, he's got 2 Hurons half. He's gonna kill 1 here shortly. Yeah, no, that's good value. Okay, the Hurons come out, but that's pretty good value still. Yeah, he killed 2 Hurons. Oh, yeah, he got it. That's a really good engagement for ours. Really good engagement. Gets really good value with his warriors there. Are we about to lose? So we got just flag 1 is our last flag. Looks like I'm going to try and do a Satch Puss on Ducky's Hurons in the south. Actually, I just picked up something else. I hear a lot of dwarfing going on. Oh, northwest. Oh, I throw a bottle puss on... Oh, nice. I throw a bottle puss on Ducky's Hurons and actually get a pretty good hit on. And it's enough for me to win the fight, and now I can chase down his Hurons with my goals. Nice. Oh, nice. Yeah, and I just got a win over Ducky in the south. So... But we're still way down in flags and position. Like, we're pinned, basically. Okay, they spend their confusion on Browning's Hurons. They're probably going to get some dwarf hits in, maybe. Yep, there's a good shot. Might get one more. Nope, that's it. Okay, they got some decent hits on those Hurons. But we still got enough... Oh, Eastwind spends his confusion. I don't know if I like that, actually. He really should have confused the dwarf, I feel. Oh, nice. Karma has got a decent melee engagement. Yeah, no, he saves it. Karma saves it there. Browning had to pull out. Oh, and the lock picks off the Huron there. Really good for my team there. Although their lock is now out of mana. Our lock should have mana for... Oh, no, you got another lock. We got 2 locks on our flag. We're kind of screwed. I should be... No, we don't even have victory imminent yet. Oh, that's awful. Okay, we just got it. Okay. This is going to be super close. I'm pretty sure we're going to lose it, though. I mean, this looks awful for us. Cruniac just loses his dwarf to the lock through the doorway. Oh, my God. Yeah, they're going to rush right here. Yeah, they're going to rush. Because they realize that I'm about to take their flag. They know they have to. And we got some pretty bad shots trying to defend this thing. Oh, Cruniac's other dwarf gets hit. Cruniac is not... Man, he is having a rough match so far. Yeah, this is just not like, you know, post-2020 Cruniac here. Or 2018. This is going to be super close, though. Hopefully we contest. We need to contest with our warriors there. And that other Huron. Ooh, they're doing a good job cleaning that flag up, though. Ooh, man, yeah, I don't have enough time to take it. I just don't have the time. Yeah, they got it. Man, that was a terrible defense by our part, too. Although I really have to blame myself. Like, the way we wasted so much time with our Hurons in the middle like that was the bigger issue. Oh, it's actually super close. It's super close. Nope, they got it. Super close. Yeah, okay, I remember this now. I thought I had won the game for us, and then I was like, and then I looked at the score, game over, and I'm like, oh, man, I was so pissed. Yeah, that was actually way closer than it should have been, though. Like, yeah, I saw that. I think I only meant to heal 1, not all of them, is probably what that was. But yeah, I saw that. I think that might have cost it, because that other Huron only had 1 hit left. That was stupid. Oh man, that's funny. Yeah, that was like super sloppy on our team's part, primarily me. But ended up still being really close. Really, really, some rough play there from kind of everybody on my team. I had one good play on Ducky there, and that was about it. Like Ghengis lost his lock kind of early to Gekko. Gekko had a nice play on him, and then Cruniac loses like all his dwarfs like pretty easily. And Browning didn't really do much with his Huron. Paris too. Paris loses the Hurons to ours after getting confused. And then Browning didn't do too much either. So yeah, that was just a really rough game for us. And you can see it in the damage numbers. Like, although it was close on tags, it wasn't really close on BC. Like for whatever reason, it ended up being closer than it should have been on tags. All right, Asmo, we might need you to kick in the recording again, if you can. Can you guys hear me? Asmo, you there? This is like the worst technical issues we've ever had for any of our episodes. It's crazy. OBS. I mean, OBS streams to Twitch, so using Twitch for streaming, but it's OBS. And I have to figure out how to fix my myth window here. I remember having a similar issue as this before, but I do not remember how to fix it. Oh, was it windowed mode? Was that what it was? No. Yeah, well, I don't know. I'll have to mess with it later. Oh, I think I fixed it. Interesting. Okay, I think I fixed one thing, but there's still a couple other things broken. We're waiting on. Hopefully, Asmo's coming back. See if I can fix my video capture again. Okay, maybe. My audio's still not working. That sucks. And no Asmo.
Yeah, unfortunately, I've not used OBS enough to know how to do that stuff.
Oh, hang on. My audio. Oh shit. Oh, no, my audio started working again. Okay, hang on. We're still good to go. We're gonna I'll try. Like, I don't know. Again, I don't know why it's breaking in the middle of the games. Like, it's just randomly breaking. But as of right now, it's working again. So let's kick off the next game. We're only in game 3 because of all the technical issues. Okay, Party on the Oasis Dark. Oh, I love this one. Actually, I'm gonna try one thing real quick. I kind of fixed the myth interface, but not entirely. No, it's still definitely breaking it. Interesting. Okay, whatever. I'm just gonna roll with it.
I just changed the resolution.
Yeah, I changed the resolution, but it's still kind of messed up. I don't know. It's weird. I've actually never seen it behave like this before.
It's better anyway.
Yeah. Oh, cool. I can't scroll. Oh, is this where I need windowed? Maybe try windowed mode. Hang on. Awful. Oh my god. It made it even worse. You see all my resolution issues is showing up in the stream?
Yeah.
Alright, yeah, we're just gonna... I can't scroll, but it's fine. I can deal with it, I guess. I can move around in the mini-map. Okay, alright. Yeah, I'll make it work.
You'll just be popping around on the map.
Yeah. I mean, luckily this map is small, but...
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if I remember right, well, I'm not going to spoilers, never mind.
Well, I always like to point out to people on this one, because it's very counterintuitive, that this is actually a map where you actually don't want to max Huron Guard heroes. I actually don't know if I realized that, though, at this point in time. I think I probably still went heavy. Is this my trade? I got yeah. Actually, I think I did realize it. Yeah, because that's not heavy. That's not too heavy on the Huron Guard heroes. Oh, but I got locks. That's a little unusual. Usually I go no locks on this because it's just too easy to block them all day with the fetch. And I did go lighter on the Huron Guard heroes, but so did they. It's basically the same trades. So I yeah, this is not the trade that I do today, I don't think, but yeah, I always mention to people, because they're always tempted to go heavy Huron Guard heroes on this, because like you almost always max Huron Guard heroes, right? But like actually on this, because of all the mercs and the fetch, they almost act more like just fast journeymen, essentially, because they can't really melee engage anything. Mercs still like crush Huron Guard heroes in melee engagements, so
good point.
And they're very expensive, so you don't want to like get too many of them on this. All right, I am finally at paused at 0. We'll just start without Asmo. The trades look basically the same, which is actually not how I remember this at all. Oh, and it's Assassin. Okay, that's right. So Assassin, this is such a unique Assassin map too, because there's 2 different types of Assassin targets. Very unusual. So you got the Braynor that are assassin targets, and the dummies that are static in each team's start. So the key to this is like you definitely don't want to leak anything in the backfield. Like with assassin, like it starts off tied. The only way assassin ties is if nobody scores a point, right? But the moment a point is scored, the game cannot tie anymore, because even if the points are tied, the for whoever scored those points first tie breaks. So right. You got to be watching for souls flanking on the cliffs on this. It's because they could flank around to try and get to the static dummy targets in the backfield, and then the Braynor usually don't lose unless you've completely lost the BC fight. So it's really about like it's easy to keep the Braynor alive as long as you're not like totally losing the BC fight. But it's really those dummies in the backfield. You really gotta keep your backfield clear on this. Otherwise, like this is mostly gonna be probably a BC fight, and both teams got very similar trades. So,
I agree.
You guys ready to kick it off here?
Yeah, let's go.
Yep.
3, 2, 1, go.
Game on.
See, I got Cruniac on fetch. I like that because that's like actually his best unit probably. I took some fetch too and Ghengis. Interesting. So I got Eastwind on. What do I got? Eastwind probably a lock. Yeah, maybe 2 locks. Homer. Yeah. Yep. Eastwind on 2 locks. Yep. This I expect to actually be a pretty strong map for my team because so Dantski, you got 3 fetch. And Karma got 3 fetch. I'm really surprised to see that. Okay, Tirri does have. Oh, Tirri's got 3 fetch too. Okay, so there's 9 fetch on this. I thought it was 8. It was 9. Okay, I was gonna say Tirri. Like I think Tirri might be like the best fetcher in the game actually. So like, I always love seeing him get fetch. He's usually like monstrous. And you too, Dant. Like I actually like this. I mean, yeah, I think this is actually gonna be a really strong map for your team actually.
Interesting situation with the souls on the west side, trying to sneak back there.
Yep. Rab trying to sneak the souls around, which I thought of that ahead of time as well. So I'm expecting something like that. I would have thought that I put a lock on them or something, but souls are working around south. Yeah, are we doing the same thing? Yeah, we're doing the same thing. So both teams are kind of doing the same thing. Browning's got Soul Pack in the southeast trying to get around, but he's going to run into some locks there. So actually your team is going to defend our souls a lot better than what we end up doing. Rabican's got free reign still. He's going to be able to keep pushing on his side. We're not adjusting at all.
Yeah, Browning kind of has no choice but to back out of there.
Yeah, and I'm surprised we don't like have any. I should have called. I really should have called one of our lockers. So that would be either Eastwind or who is it? Homer to shadow those souls in the northwest. Oh, okay. I just see the souls north. Okay, I didn't see him before. That's why. So I'm now calling for Paris to pick up north, but Paris doesn't have enough souls to handle it. I don't think he's got like 7 or 8 souls against. Let's see, what does he got?
At 8.
Oh, he's got more souls.
He's got 11.
Yeah, he's got more. So actually, he can probably engage that then.
Yeah, Gekko has some trailing souls in the northwest that aren't up on the hill yet. But yeah, that looks to be where my team is going to push this game.
The northwest, yeah.
Yeah, because middle is just a stalemate.
Yeah, Gekko's got good position there with his souls. He can push Ghengis back. And then, again, Tirri can push up into that. Oh, got an engagement. I'm taking an engagement against you, Don. Yeah. Oh, I pick off a fetch. Okay. Oh, Homer taking some big fetch shots. Oh, no, I don't like what Homer's doing here. Oh, he ends up getting a decent lock shot off. Oh, okay. I took another fetch out.
I pushed there. I wasn't on the same page.
Yeah, Karma over there wasn't in sync with you.
Yeah, like Karma's fetch just full HP and just didn't push at the same time.
Rabican's freaking out. I think he lost the engagement with his souls up there. Oh, Homer loses his lock. Tirri picked off Homer's lock. It's still pretty close. I don't like Ghengis is not really in the fight. Ghengis just loses a fetch to souls. I'm doing a good job middle, but...
What happened with Rabican? His units, this map is kind of bugged. His units literally disappeared when he went to the edge of the map.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah, that's what he's saying. You're right. Yeah, because I didn't see them actually fight up there. It looks like, he literally just lost shit.
There they go. Yep.
Ghengis not doing it too hot in the northwest, but Oh, Homer and Ghengis took a fight. Okay, I don't know if they're winning yet or not. Oh, I've lost a couple fetch now. Tirri and Dantski had a good engagement there. So I'm down. I'm almost dead actually at this point. I take a melee fight that's probably not. I took a bad melee fight there, middle. I should have just backed out of that. So it's looking pretty bad for us at this point. Yeah, we're way down. We're like down 20% almost.
Yeah, Cruniac is just a little late to respond, I think, there.
Yeah. Tirri doing a great job.
Yeah, this one is a 20% difference. So
Yeah, we've lost the BC fight. It's pretty much done at this point. We're already too far down. I did well in the beginning, and then I kind of shit the bed, and Tirri got the best of me, it looks like.
We killed one of the fastest targets dead. I didn't see it happen.
Paris is saying braze our targets. I lost my last fetch to a red merc. That sucked. We're just getting picked apart. I don't know if I've ever seen Tirri like lose a fetch engagement on a map like this. Just a monster with fetch.
Indeed. Rabican got his one remaining soulless to be picking at those.
Yeah, and you guys already got some points, so that's all that matters. Once you get that first point, that's kind of like the main thing. 'Cause then we're forced to try to get on your side of the map.
It looks like Browning Knolls in the southeast just got stuck and never pushed anywhere.
He's been trying, but those locks have been keeping him back.
I
think he wanted to help me.
I should have told him, like, as soon as you get stuck on locks, he should have backed all the way out and went somewhere else on the map, yeah.
5 minutes remain.
Your guys' north really pushed into us really well. That north was key. Yeah, I'm not surprised that this went down the way it did. I really liked the units on this map. I really liked for you guys, especially just mainly because of Tirri. Like, he's so hard to stop on touch on a map like this. This might be like one of Tirri's strongest maps, actually.
Yeah, he did real well in the middle.
He's always. I have multiple memories of him on this map. This is not the only time. Like there's been a few tournament games that he's always done well on this map.
I know Asmo's not here. I don't know who's going to host this World Cup this year, but let's remember this map needs fixed if it's going to be played.
Yeah, I don't know. There might have been an update to this version, but I don't remember that ever being fixed, because I don't even remember it being talked about before. So
yeah, this might have been like the last time.
This might be the only game film, actually, where that bug has ever been noticed, actually.
Yeah.
And Rabican's the only one who noticed it, and I don't think anybody else realized what he saw. I don't remember.
Can't blame him for being upset.
Yeah, I'd be too.
All but one.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a nice game for your guys' team.
Fetchers did great, I'll say. Yeah, I think Karma could have been a little more engaged, but Tirri really tore it up.
Yeah, my team's not looking the greatest. Like, Cruniac looking really rough, I would say. Nobody's really like looking great on my team right now. I would just say nobody's really.
Yeah, at least Browning finally got it over and hit some targets at least.
This is very different from the previous year's finals where we just like crushed. Like this is like looking like just rough. Like we only won one game, and that game was like just super close. Like it wasn't really a dominant performance by any means. And then you guys have pretty like okay, game 2 is a little close, but not on BC. Like BC wise, it's a little concerning, and I think I was concerned at the time how we are like losing the BC fights pretty consistently early in the match. That's like not a good sign.
Yeah, I mean, I think if it were played today, it would definitely be a different outcome. Like, people are just on different levels now.
Yeah, Cruniac's a much
Yeah.
better player in later years.
Team eliminated.
Okay. Yeah, look at these damage numbers. They're like so
Oh my God.
ridiculous. Yeah. Gekko's having a great match, I feel, so far. He picks off Ghengis' lock early in the game, last game, and then he's got big damage numbers with his souls this game. So he's actually having a... Like, he talked about, like, suiciding his dwarf game 1, but, you know, he's otherwise having a really good match, I would say, so far.
Yeah, I forget what he had. Did he have Warlock and some melee? Oh,
Yeah, I think he had Warlock and Melee this game.
He had some souls. He picked off one of Genghis' fetch from that northwest soul hill. I don't know why Ghengis was so close to his souls. Like Ghengis was like kind of pushing up into him, I guess, but did not work out well for him. Yeah, you almost can't like these damage numbers are so skewed. They're almost meaningless because like it's just a lot of Huron guard healings and stuff. But I guess the kills. When you look at these damage numbers, I think the kills is probably actually what matters more. So Tirri had a bunch of kills. And Gekko. So yeah, Tirri and Gekko probably MVPs for you guys' team on this game. Actually, looks like Cruniac did do fine. I thought I did well in the beginning, picking off Dante's 2 fetch early on, but I think I kind of shit the bed after that. So my numbers look terrible. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we kind of ignored Genghis' fetch. We just kind of 9v6 in the middle, effectively.
Yeah.
Well, after
Yeah.
I died, so...
Yeah. And we kind of it was dumb on us to like let that happen. Yeah, you're right. That's well, actually, you were down 2 fetch though. By the time that happened, so it was like 7v6, but still, it's like it's still 3v2 though, you know. So, yeah. All
Well, you have
yeah.
to remember what my team's motto was during this tournament. Because you remember the previous year was you saying push, not rush.
Oh, right.
And I remember Tirri coined the phrase after we won an early match in this tournament: "Stall, don't fall."
That's
not
right.
rush.
That's right. Yeah, he was trolling my saying by doing stall, don't fall. Yeah.
And this game was kind of a bit like that in the end.
Yeah, that game was definitely more of a BC fight rather than like strategic.
Yeah.
There's definitely ways to screw up the trade, but both teams got a similar trade. It was really just a BC fight. And you guys, that's like, man, it doesn't surprise me. Like that was gonna be a strong map BC wise for you guys. I probably shouldn't be that concerned that we're losing by this point because like definitely I think that game might have been the strongest game for you guys the entire match. I think so. CW saying this is easily the best match in the whole MWC for him. Maybe that's because it's the only match he played. I don't know. Someone in the lobby. I mean, it is a good match. I do agree with that. This is a light map, so, you know, I think Asmo is saying he favors light for you guys' team, which I agree with. I do think that we would perform better on this compared to the last one. I think the last game was like probably you guys' strongest map for the whole series. So if we can't turn it around here, like I mean obviously we do, but like it's looking rough. The BC fights for us so far, it's looking rough. We got to turn it around. My capping is like pretty, yeah, it's looking a little rough. Looking back on it now, it's like, okay, I can see this is like definitely early me capping, because like there's some things I've learned since then for sure that I'm seeing. It's kind of interesting to see.
What are you thinking, like specifically? Something come to mind?
So I think probably like on that Zodiac game for example, I think it's very viable to do a mall rush actually on that. There's malls on that map. I don't think we saw them, but usually my standard trade on that is actually no souls, and it's just like heavy and no locks I think too, and it's just like melee fetch like rush basically all around, and it's super hard to stop. And I think it would be particularly effective on that because it's assassin, and I think you could run down the Braynor even though they're a little fast. I think you could trap them. The map is small enough. You could trap them and run them down. And then those, if you just break into the backfield and get those dummies, I think you can win that game on that pretty easily. If it was CTF, that's definitely CTF or flag rally on that. That's 100% the trade I get. But I think assassin on that plays the same way. So that's not the trade I would do today.
Interesting.
I didn't realize that probably by then. Well, obviously I didn't, but yeah. That's the one thing that really stands out. The other thing that really stands out to me is the way I took so long to, and we mentioned this on some of the other MWC finals, I think. Yeah, Asmo and I were looking, I think even 2018 when we were looking at it, kind of surprised how slow, or maybe it was 2013. No, 2018, that 2018 finals is maybe the best match I've ever seen. Certainly of the episodes we've done so far. And I was surprised to see it that good. I don't remember it being that good. It was really good. 2013, when we did that one, Asmo and I were commenting how, I mean, I just kind of thought of it, and then Asmo agreed with me, but how slow I was to make adjustments. Like, I just felt like I'm way faster these days, like doing the shot calling and making adjustments. Looking back at these films, it feels very slow to me. And I saw that, like, the way our Hurons got stuck on the smells game middle for like half the game. Like, I would never allow that to happen nowadays. Like, if I'm gonna gut check the middle with all the Hurons like that, I have to be like already ready in advance that the gut check doesn't work, and already know like what the next play is for them to break off to the sides and find a different route to break through to the backfield. Like, how we just got stalled there half the game was bad, and that's how you could see what happened. Like, that was why we got pinned to our flag. Like you guys had us pinned pretty good. It's because we took too long in the middle to adjust. So yeah, like I'm gonna be looking for that the rest of this match too, like just how slow probably it's taking me to like shot call stuff that I'm just like way faster on these days.
Yeah, but how much of that is down to you in these films, and how much is due to just other people in voice chat nowadays being able to call stuff out?
Yeah, that's a great point.
I was just gonna mention that. Yeah,
that's a great point. I totally forgot about that. You're right. I still think even if you took voice chat though away from me and I was having to do text chat, I still think I would be a lot faster. I mean, that's only affecting like the speed of communication, but like I remember I would type pretty fast whenever I had to shot call stuff back then before voice. Voice definitely like helped, I agree, but it's still it's like half a game's worth before I finally make the correct call. It doesn't really explain that, you know what I mean? Like it's like it's not like a couple minutes slow, it's like 5 minutes slow. So
yeah, I mean, this is why I still think you're somewhat unique among captains in that you can actually captain and take a large chunk of units effectively in tournament play. Whereas I think most captains, to be able to make adjustments during the game, they need to have minimal units or just the odd pass or whatever, like Scar used to. Like, I think that's one of the big differences between you and a lot of other captains.
Yeah, I agree. The awareness level, being aware of what's going on, like all over the map, and then giving out directions while still doing your job with your units. Yeah, good stuff.
Yeah, I would agree. It's like people have said, like it gives my team like an extra player basically, but which is it's true. It has bitten me in the ass, obviously. Like there's been times where like I wanted a heavy hit, but I like kind of have to kind of be aware of my limitations, like, and be like, okay, I want to heavy hit this squad, but I probably shouldn't. I probably should hand this off to somebody else because there's just too many things that probably will be going on in the map. But that ability was like cultivated over many years. Obviously, I think being a top 1v1er helps because like you just got to be able to like just click and move and do like a lot of things. Like I have to just be able to operate at like a very fast level to be able to keep up, right? That's kind of how it works. But then also you develop a well-trained eye to look at the minimap and be able to, I think one thing that I'm good at is interpreting the minimap just by looking at it and having a really good deep sense of what's happening in the game without having to look around, but then also being fast and looking around when I need to. So like there's multiple skills kind of like layered in there.
Right.
I think
you could sometimes even tell what units they might be, just by looking at the overhead.
Yeah, like actually the pre-prep work that I do going into games and matches, like I have to like I load up in my brain and but before every game, so like of course I do a bunch of preparation before the match, but then also before every game I kind of load into my memory again that particular game to help me have a faster recall during the game, right? Because I need to know who like I need to remember where everybody is on the map so that I shouldn't be like confused, right? I think a lot of people, I mean, I know I was confused for many years, like going into high level large team play for many years was very confusing because there's just so much shit happening. And then like later as a captain, you start developing this ability where like I'm not overwhelmed with the amount of information going on in the map and how fast things are happening. And I'm able to kind of keep a good control in my mind of what's happening and why. So like I can just look at dots on the map and know who's up there, and judging by the dots and where they are, kind of judge what's happening if I'm too busy to actually click my camera over there. So
True.
I think that's a very underrated aspect of Myth. Myth is actually fundamentally a very slow game. When you
I
actually
totally
watch
agree.
it. But we kind of we make rush decisions because we feel like I need to do this now. Whereas you actually have 5, 10, 15 seconds often to do something.
Myth is the way I describe Myth is it's like a self-balancing, self-paced game. So like what I mean by that is it's self-balancing in the respect that both teams can get the same opportunities to trade the same things. So like obviously like individual unit values are unbalanced. Like Tro are like low pointed and Fetch are low pointed, and like a lot of units are low pointed, so you almost always max them. And some other units are high pointed, so you like rarely trade them or very many of them. So the individual units are not balanced, but it's a self-balancing trade because everybody's got the same opportunity to max or remove the same units as needed. So self-balancing in that respect. And then self-paced, I actually showed Myth to a gamer friend of mine who I played MMORPGs with for a long time. Not a long time, but I knew him a little bit for a couple of years. And he came from a totally different background. Wasn't even a strategy gamer. Didn't do RTSs or anything like that, right? He was like really skilled at like probably FPS games and MMORPGs. So like a totally different skill set. And I had him try out Myth, and he kind of said something. His experience was, which I found interesting, just because like he had like a very fresh set of eyes, right? Was his experience of Myth, and it was just playing I think some of the single player campaigns. He's like the game felt fast and slow at the same time, and I think I know what he means by that, and that's what I mean. That's like self-paced, because like each individual unit is really slow, but when you have so many units to control and you have, so many things happening on the map because of so many players, it becomes like, it does feel fast-paced. And then as units die throughout the game, the pace kind of still maintains itself because you just kind of exert more micro on fewer units, right? and so it still feels like, but it's never like it's not like a Twitch based game where like you see these like RPGs like Diablo where it's just like super fast action super fast action, and then like FPS games is where it's like a Twitch based skill with the aiming and the movements and like being super like fidgety with your movements and dodging stuff. Like it's not fast paced like that at all. It's definitely a much slower, what I love about it. I actually think it's ideal to have a game slower like Myth. I think Myth achieves the ideal pace because it gives players time to think, just like you were saying, Don. Like you need time to think about stuff before, so it can you add a little bit of elements up to like chess to the play, the way it plays out. Like you have time to make decisions and think about stuff, and your decisions actually matter because it's a slow enough pace. It becomes this point where like making smarter decisions can have a bigger impact on the game rather than making faster decisions, right? Now, of course, you need both, and that's what I was just commenting on about how my decisions were somewhat slow. But it doesn't need to be like 2 minutes slow. Like again, like just 10 seconds is often enough. So.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think that's one of the key positive things about Myth, which makes it an actual strategy game. Like if it were too fast paced, that kind of would diminish the strategy, the whole point of it being strategic.
Yeah, like the pace of the game gives you enough time to like bounce ideas off your team. Like, and again, I think like having 10 seconds, like even 5 to 10 seconds is like the right amount of time. Like your team should be smart enough to make decisions very quickly, but they don't need to be instantaneous. You do have a little bit of time to like discuss it with your team. Like, hey, should we do this or do this? Hey, let's do this. Like can be a little bit of a discussion with your team before you make a decision, which is really nice about the game. And that's only achieved because the units are slow enough and the damage output of the units is slow enough, right? Like if things died too fast or things moved too fast, that's what would accelerate the pace of the game too much. And I think the Myth achieves the right balance there.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, looking at these trades for this game, so Ducky I actually like Ducky's trade here a lot. This is CTF. Now he doesn't have any Thrall, but I do like that he didn't go heavy archers. I like that. Oh, so interesting. I go heavy archers. Oh, interesting.
Yeah,
Really
this definitely
interesting.
looks like a older game.
Yeah,
by trades. Because I think nowadays you'd probably have, probably half the archers that you traded for, maybe at most.
Yeah.
And those would probably just be going into Thrall.
I know what
middle.
I remember what my trade. I think it was on CTF even on this. Yeah, it would be 5 archers. My trade on this is 5 archers and heavy Thrall and 1 dwarf. And what I always do nowadays is that I don't know if you guys are familiar with it. I've been doing it a lot recently, but like we throw all the slow units on one big powerful juggernaut flank. So like all the archers, Thrall, dwarf, and also a gold pack actually goes on like the near flank, and then all the warriors kind of defend. Have you guys seen us do that strategy at all?
Yeah.
I played against you last year now before Cup. So
yeah, and the idea behind that is this was kind of I've discussed it a little bit on the podcast, but I'll just repeat it because I think it's actually a really interesting. It's one of the actually more recent innovations I had in my strategic thinking just in the last few years. So things are still, there's still innovations happening, in the game despite, people thinking everything got figured out. In my opinion, stuff still is innovating, but the reason for that is I realized that so I knew early on with the push factor article, for example, about how the importance of pushing, right? Like exerting map control, exerting greater push force on the map to be able to pin your opponent to their side of the map, like generates an advantage on many game types and most games in tournament play. So, but the initial what people's kind of default thinking about that was for many years, until just a few years ago, basically, was that your fast units should be primarily focused on offense, and you reserve your slow units on defense. And for, initially it kind of seems that is intuitive and makes sense, because your slow units, they can't move around as much, so like they're better to that you keep them closer to where they might be needed on defense. They just feel more defensive, right? But actually, if you kind of break through that thinking, you start thinking differently, in the sense of like, hey, actually, if all the slow units are primarily focused on offense, you actually end up exerting a greater push force on the map, because it's too easy to like kind of ignore the slow units if they're not on the offense, right? If they're stuck on defense, you can kind of ignore them. It's easy to like move around them. But if they're on offense and they're kind of slowly moving forward toward a static game objective, something that anchors your strategy and team, such as a flag for CTF or a flag rally or something else, something that's a static thing you have to defend. Like, it starts to kind of like throw this like chokehold on your team, because you can't just ignore it, right? It's like in your face, and you have to kind of deal with it. And if you can find a way to package those slow units into a really synergistic force, so like it's just a really strong force that's like, it's hard to like kind of, you can't like really easily rush it down, or you obviously can't ignore it, if assuming the map is not too big, or assuming they can get in the fight fast enough.
Right.
Then and you can't surround and like rush it down, then it becomes really, really powerful. What were you gonna say, Kryptos?
It also makes the enemy react to you, and so you're making them react, instead of them,
yeah, and if you guys have fought against that, you probably felt that in the game, right? Like,
yeah, I remember. I think I played. I don't remember all the Myth World Cups, but most of the time I was going up against you, and I could tell it was, well, one of my favorites. I don't know if you still do this or not, but the Thrall and Archer push, like, you have to address it. If they just keep moving forward, and then you have the ability to flank some other units and get the enemy surrounded. I just remember telling people, let's not let them choke us, get surrounded, because I feel like that's what JKG or JKG does. Sorry,
GKG, yeah.
I haven't gotten much sleep. I've been sick, so.
Yeah, it's the only way to counter it is you have to get a full surround on it and hopefully like they don't have warrior support. Like I've seen it get countered a couple times that way. Although even then it's not like a super strong counter. But if you know how to execute it properly, like if you do end up trying to like do a full like face it with your whole team, number one, you have to realize you're kind of giving up the map, and you're going to get pinned on your side of the map, and you're going to get just kind of it gets value for the Thrall too. Like the other thing is, like, the way to counter Thrall is by basically either ignoring them completely, or you take away all the things that protect the Thrall, and you're able to just dwarf them down and clean them up really easily. You never want to like give your opponent ways where their Thrall get value, right? And so when you stick some archers and a dwarf and a gold pack with the Thrall, and you have no choice but to like somehow deal with it, like it gets those Thrall in the fight, and that gets them really good value, which is a very efficient use of points, right? So
yeah, absolutely.
All right, let's kick this one off. I mean, I see what I'm trying to do here. It's I guess we're gonna just do a BC fight against your guys' team, and you guys don't have a lot of Thrall either, so I actually like our trade better. Still, like I think the extra archers are going to do well against your guys' team. Like, just you guys have too many dwarfs. Look at all those dwarfs. Like, I don't like seeing that many dwarfs. Whenever I have a dwarf, for every dwarf that I get, I usually think of like I need 5 archers and like a melee pack to guard that dwarf. and you
Yeah,
guys don't have that for each dwarf, right? So
yeah, like you said earlier, there's just so much of a target for pus that could be wiped out, and there goes 6 points, and those 6 points could have been, you know, other units that you could have gotten. So
yeah. All right, let's start it. I like this going. I do kind of favor my team in this one, but we'll see. I'll kick it off here. 3, 2, 1, go.
Now, when you say my team, which team do you
Yeah,
mean?
yeah. Okay, GKG's team. Yeah, exactly.
The only thing I have noticed is in these films, you don't seem to like ghoul packs as much as you do nowadays.
Yeah. I agree. Yeah, did I not max goals? I don't think I did. Oh, that's a huge blunder. Yeah. That's a great point, Don. That's a great point.
So I always know that Rabican, Chickenwire, even Ducky always like to get ghoul packs when they could.
Yeah, I totally agree. Nowadays, my thinking is that gold packs are the heavy hitting unit on these like desert like trades or any kind of light trade. And yeah, if I didn't max goals, that's definitely not something I would do today. Gold packs have so much value.
Although I do think back in these days, they were used very differently. I think they're very much used as an independent force. Whereas when you use ghoul packs now, they tend to be much for supporting other units' force.
Yeah.
Rather than on their own.
Yeah, just like that squad I was just describing. Yeah, I tend to put them with those slow moving units, and the reason for that is just there's just so many synergies there with the gold pack. I really like having the gold pack there. It really, because like think about it, if you try to rush those archers or like without the gold pack, it would be a lot easier to like put warriors in the face of those archers and like force them to back up and things like that. Like getting any kind of straggler melee in the face of those archers or the dwarf or whatever, like, and just harass from around, like all around. But with the gold pack, you all of a sudden can't really put straggler melee anywhere close because the gold pack will just run it down, right? And then also you get and this was like an innovation actually that Ephemeral developed in recent years, is using of small pus. It has great effects. Like small pus now almost becomes like de facto, like always get all the small pus with the gold pack, because when you put them with the archers, there's just so many things they can pus, and now the archers instantly get value for anything that the gold pack is able to pus, and they can just keep picking that small pus up over and over and over again. So it's like just infinite. Like it just makes that force so strong.
Yeah, absolutely agree.
I'm wasting a warrior in the east for some reason. It looks like I didn't even pay attention to it at all. Oh, and look at this. I'm doing these like little 3 archer squads too. Man, I hate this. I would never do this today.
Yeah, this doesn't seem like something that you would do today.
No, I would never do this. Yeah, there's definitely some lessons and principles I've developed since this was played. I would not do this now.
Like Chickenwire and Tirri trying to get a flank around on the west side.
Looks like I got kind of a big squad because I got both a dwarf and archers. I guess maybe a couple of other my players probably have something similar. No, Homer's got a dedicated dwarf. Yeah, so I think I'm the only one. I gave myself the like kind of bigger squad, and I'm just holding the wall with it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm getting out of there. Like Steve, the dwarf, and probably a plus goal. Like, yeah, go somewhere else. I think we were saying mid. Yeah, there it is. Ducky saying crypto mid, and I'm coming mid.
Ours is going mid. Yup.
Yeah.
Is going mid. Yeah, I like that play, by the way. I actually like your guys' position better. I mean, you can see like you guys have better map control right now. We're the ones getting kind of pinned a little bit here.
Yeah, I don't know if the archers are gonna get enough value out of this game. We'll see.
I mean, we should still have the same number of warriors, I think. Although you guys actually do have more goals than us, so in that sense, you do have a melee advantage. Yeah, this is a good push. I like this push by you and ours on Browning here.
But don't you think one person should be kind of pinning them down here, and the other person should be kind of going to the flag or going south to trouble you on the wall? Because now south is pushing through Ducky slightly.
Yeah, he's going to
there's
leak
no
some
threat to the flag.
goals. I mean, okay, now they're backing out. Yeah, you're right. I mean, they forced... The only reason I say I liked it is not that I thought that they were going to be able to like rush anything down, but they did force us to bottle up a little bit. Now, they did take some damage in exchange for that. But if they can like force us back to behind that wall, for example, Dante, then we're kind of pinned to the flag for the rest of the game, and they can get a win or tie scenario. Almost guaranteed, right? Now, they didn't quite achieve that yet. Oh, wow, nice. Kryptos actually killing Browning's archers with a dwarf. Making effective use of the statue there to block.
Yeah, good old statue.
Yeah, that's a nice use of the dwarf there. Browning's not doing a very good job dealing with that. We're already down some percent here. I don't like what I'm doing with my squad either, because like I'm out of the fight. I really need to get in the fight. Okay, that's a good puss. Ooh. Oh, it dudded. Oh, wow.
No.
Oh, but you're still going to eat another one. Oh, but it didn't ignite the other puss. The dwarf goes down.
Nah.
Now you are... Okay, that dwarf bottle hurt.
Oh, there it goes.
Yeah, that hurt. Still pretty tied, though.
Come on, ours. Save my house.
I don't feel like our archers are really getting that much value, yeah. Okay, now percentages are still pretty even. Finally, I'm getting in the fight. Yeah, like I like what Ducky's doing here. His goals are just totally keeping me out of the fight for like half the game. That's bad.
Yeah, I noticed that, yeah.
And I let him do that, which is really bad.
I mean, you guys are doing well holding off everything, especially in Northwest.
Okay, I like your guys' push on the north right now. Probably going to pick off Ghengis' dwarf. Puss goes down. Oh, it does nick the dwarf. Might get follow-up there.
5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, you guys got a good push here in the north, I think. It's looking good. Oh, dwarf came out. Oh, no, Homer's... actually, no, looks like we're going to hold that. Wow, okay, yeah.
Yeah, percentages are taking a shift.
Yeah, Ducky's doing a great job harassing with the goals. I finally am getting in the fight, though.
Yeah.
Okay, percentages are starting to swing now, so we are starting to get a little bit ahead. Cruniac saying we're strong because they held that big rush in the north, yeah. Okay, I'm leaking to your guys' flag now.
Yeah, I like that. Taking the opportunity to do that.
Yeah, and well, you guys are being smart, and ours is trying to pick it up, shadow it. He might be able to take me out. He's got a lot of warriors there, so he's got a chance to shut me down.
Very concerned about that dwarf, though. Yeah, if he can puss it, I mean, great.
He does have a puss. He's got to engage me with like the terrain blocking somewhere. It's like not a terrible spot right now, but he's got to get a surround on my dwarf. Is really what he needs to do.
Or get goals on both sides or something.
Yeah.
Like there's, I don't know why he went home.
Eastwind wastes a pus on an archer. I don't like that.
It doesn't sound like Eastwind.
Yeah. Yeah, this is... I mean, I think it's like win or tie for us at this point. We're up 20%. You guys' only chance is probably to run the timer out. You do have a dwarf falling back.
We also have a dwarf on our home flag anyway, all game.
Oh, there's another dwarf. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that dwarf can hold. Yeah, it's actually going to take us a while to take the flag then, if you guys got enough kind of guarding it. This might end in a tie. We'll see. Well, we'd be able to contest too. We'll see.
You look at just like the overhead map, you can see how much things have shifted.
Yeah. Yeah, we were pinned there for a little while.
You know, I think your flank actually going just straight towards the flag with what you've got, that brought Arsenic, 13% to fall back out of the north.
Which started a snowball effect, and your whole team just kind of had to follow him, yeah.
Yeah.
Which is why I always do that. I always look for kind of getting to especially on CTF, like it's basically like the jugular. If you can it's like taking a knife to the jugular of your opponent, and they will be forced to potentially push their whole team back. Oh, ours takes a bad hit there.
Man.
Oh, the dwarf goes down. Let's see if my archers can survive. Ducky's got small plus. He's been holding that small plus the whole game.
No, he's making
got value. Got one archer anyway.
Pretty rough on ours, 13% too.
One thing I do think players have gotten better at over the years, even into recent years, is being more judicious and effective with their use of pus, making sure that they get follow-up damage whenever units get pussed. Ooh, wow, I lost those 2 archers bad.
Flag contested.
Ghengis has got good pressure, though, with his dwarf, and he's on the high ground. Yeah, we probably got it at this... Yeah, what? It's 10%.
It's looking
42%.
that way.
Yeah. So, at this point, I would have been happy to see that we finally won a BC fight on a game, because we really didn't see that yet. I'm always you always got to be mindful of like how your team's performing in BC fights against an opposing team, because if you're always losing those BC fights, it's hard to fight out of that. So this was like the first game I would say we actually won the BC fight on. So that's starting to be, I don't know what it is. Whenever I watch all these films of my teams, it always seems that we start cold and then we like warm up later in the match, is what it seems like to me.
Well, one thing I've noticed about you and a couple other players, play better under pressure, in my opinion. Like, it's just personality character trait, I think.
Yeah, 100%. I noticed that in over the years. I think by 2009 I probably knew that about myself, but certainly 2011, 2012, yeah. I mean, with the whole reverse sweep in the bottom bracket finals in 2012, definitely saw that. And there's a few other years that were it definitely elevates my play for sure. And I don't think most players are like that. It seems to be not too common.
Right.
I'd say if I had to put a percentage on it, maybe 10 or 20% of players are like that.
10%, I think.
Looks like Ghengis had a really good match. I would say that I don't think I had that good of a match, honestly, because I let Ducky take me out of the fight there for way too long. Ducky, I think, actually did pretty good despite his. It looks like he took all the negative damage from healing. I think he's always been really effective with goals, so he didn't. I think he did a pretty nice job there. Kryptos, you had good damage still, even though you kind of got blown up kind of bad at the end, but you had good damage.
Yeah, that was rough.
Yeah, I mean, who sat for? Oh, you guys had two players sitting.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
Dante and Karma.
Okay, so you guys got 9 players. Yeah.
Yeah, I sat out the last 2 because I said I really don't like these maps. I was like, you definitely put
somebody else.
I just started the next one. I remember this Zodiac game. This was the first game where I felt like I was actually like outstratting Ducky. This is the first example, I think. I don't think the first 3 games so much. Well, certainly not, because we lost 2 of them. And even the last game, like, I don't know. I think the big mistake that Ducky's team, that your guys' team made last game was So if I was capping your guys' team that game, I would have recognized that we had the archer disadvantage, so we had advantages elsewhere, and I would have just been looking to run the timer out. And I think you guys kind of just like pushed too soon. I think if you had actually just try to run the timer out the entire game and then make your move at the end, you would have put you guys' team in a position of win or tie. So I don't really think I outstrategized you guys in the last game. Just I think it was a matter of execution more so. But this one, I feel like I actually did out-trade you guys, and I think we might see another game or 2 like that later on as well.
Yeah, I think last game that might have been an overcorrection in response to your flank towards our flag. We sent a lot of, like, pretty much everything went home, you know. So I think that was pivotal.
Yeah, if you think about it, if you guys had just waited, like, so you and ours had that push middle, and then Tirri and Chickenwire had a push in the north a little bit later as well. If both those pushes had just like come like 3 or 4 minutes later, you guys could have safely like pushed us at the end without any risk of us having time to counter if you guys lost the push, and it would have been a guaranteed winner tie. So that's what I'm always looking to do on CTF, is like looking for a way to win or tie. And it's not just CTF. You have to recognize how to manage the timer based on what your trade is and what the opponent has. And usually it's a matter of counting the archers is a big signal. Like if you have less archers, you want to probably run the timer out and play for the end. So that their archers don't get value, and that's why we always say, like, if you do have more archers, then you need to be more aggressive with those archers to get value for them before the game timer runs out. Yeah, so the reason I say I think I out-traded you guys pretty badly on this one, or Ducky I should say, is like he goes heavy archers here, which is a huge mistake. Like it's Flag Rally, which is like the second rushiest game type after CTF.
Yeah.
He goes heavy archers.
I'm not sure why he did that.
And then look at all like the strong other units on this map that are so strong compared to archers, right? Like you got Zerks,
absolutely,
Dwarf Heroes,
even the
Bray Ninjas. Bray Ninjas almost have the same range as the archers, so it's like, it's crazy. Oh, also the Huron Guard heroes, like that's a lot of heals on the map. It's hard for the archers to actually finish anything, you know. So, Don, are you still with us?
Yep.
All right, you guys ready to start this one?
Yep.
Yeah, whatever you are.
3, 2, 1, go.
Game on.
Cruniac's going to shit stomp those reggers. He's kind of like the only non-regger in the game, I feel. Well, actually, I shouldn't say that because Karma and you probably too, Kryptos. Like, you guys kind of... Yeah, you guys kind of... This was kind of like early on when a lot of WWE2ers started to transition to reg, so I guess that is fair.
Yeah.
What do you mean? He's a co-op player. That's how I remember.
Who? You?
Yeah, Kryptos was more. I remember him more as a co-op player.
Oh, really? I actually didn't know that about.
It depends on like what decade are we talking about? Early on, I was doing like co-op. I still do. I play everything. Not as much reg. I need to play some more reg. But back in like 2007, and Father of Mac. You know, we were pretty much like unstoppable when we team up. So I had some good times.
For co-op?
No, large 2-team.
Oh, really?
Full games.
Father Mac?
Yeah, but,
like Rabble
yep,
games or
yep.
what? Or tournaments or what?
No, just Rabble games when it can actually get a full, like, if I had a draw, you know, him and I would split the draw and we would just clean out. But, yeah, but that's when I was, like, actually playing regularly. So.
Flag captured.
I really like that I gave Cruniac and Eastwind the Brain Ninjas on this. Like, Cruniac, I think this Brain Ninjas favors the W2 skill here. You got Ducky and Tirri on the Brain Ninjas for you guys.
Flag captured.
Yeah, unsure what to give. They'll call it, you know, World War II or leaning player. Give them an RD unit.
Yeah, RD unit with a lot of micro and aiming, yeah. Yeah, I think, so you guys don't have any, oh no, you do have some archers in the north. But yeah, you're going to see that your team is like just going to not be able to push anywhere because it's just got so many archers. And we should be able to get mid control, I would think, here soon, maybe. So Eastwind's calling for us to pinch north. Just win mid. I really want us to get mid control. Because once you get mid control, it's a lot easier to roam around the map and set up pinches and things like that. So I really want that mid control. I'm telling South to get in the fight because you look at Browning, he's not anywhere near doing anything. So he's out of the fight right now, which is a big mistake.
Captured.
Yeah, not sure. Maybe he took a look at South and changed his mind.
Yeah, he was certainly trying to do something with that South, set up a pinch or whatever, but and I just said get in the fight. I don't know what's the closest way for him to get in the fight, but
probably what he's doing, just going mid.
Yeah, I think I do like going mid. Yeah, especially because I want that mid control. Okay, now I'm pinching the north a little bit. We're getting some good pinching in the north. Oh, that's a good plus. Oh, it dudded. Oh, that sucks.
Oh my god, that would have gotten both doors.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure you would have been able to follow it up though with much.
I think I would have. I had my two dwarfs close enough. I think it would have been close though.
Look at that. And you then, get to pick it up.
Yeah, the Dante gets to pick it up, yeah. So interesting. Where's you guys? Oh, look at this. Ducky's got like a Brain Ninja squad in the south. It's just not doing anything. That's a huge mistake. He's kind of trying to face off against Browning, I guess. But like, there's a big mismatch middle now because like we have more Brain Ninjas to engage middle. Not to mention more melee and dwarfs too.
Yeah, I mean my team only has one dwarf middle. It's very easy to rush.
Yeah. I wouldn't rush it necessarily. I would just push you guys at least with it. Maybe harass the archers and stuff with the melee. Yeah, now our Brain Ninjas are really.
Yeah, Cruniac on the green, or I think he's doing a good job.
Oh yeah, and they're getting good heals in there too. Okay, yeah, we got some good melees. Harass.
Captured.
Oh, didn't finish that bray though. Yeah, we're up on percent and flags already pretty significantly.
Flag captured.
Oh, we got victory imminent. Oh, that's huge. Yeah, this is the thing you got to watch out for, because once you get victory imminent, now it plays like CTF, and then it's so easy to get the pin. So.
Right. Maybe Paris can save the day, and not save the day, but finish it off up against Gekko. So.
Yeah, your mid seemed to hold up pretty well the whole game, but the flanks, especially that north, has collapsed.
Yeah, so your team only needed southwest flag, which you didn't tag early.
Right. Yeah, game would have been already over if we could have got that tag. So that was Gekko. Gekko, man, he's having a great match.
Yeah, that's Browning not committing to that side.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe Browning should have went southwest. The game would already be over. potentially anyway. Yeah, and I haven't... See, the other thing is I haven't even committed my mauls yet. Like, those mauls are good for a really solid rush somewhere, you know? It's really hard to stop the maul rush. And I haven't even used them yet.
I don't think I've done any damage so far.
Yeah, this was a mistrade for Bone, for sure. He did fine up to this point. I guess I may have been too hard on him, because I thought he did worse for more of the games than it's showed up so far, unless it ends up like this the rest of the match. But this is really only the first game that he kind of screwed up the trade.
And archers versus Breeners, that's just kind of brutal, especially when you got the right players playing the Breener.
I mean, you can trade damage fine. It's just the Brees are much easier to heal. Small HP, so
More, yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, they do.
the Bree can just retreat whenever they want, whereas the archer's always going to get run down.
Yep. Okay, now we're starting to rush that last flag. Got Gekko's on.
Yeah, this might be two pairs coming in. It's not.
Gekko really putting up a good fight there, I must say.
Yeah, gotta give him credit. You know, don't stop fighting, and no matter how bad it looks.
Yeah. Looks like he's going to survive. Yeah. We still haven't taken it.
Wow. Good job, Gekko.
Where's my mauls? Oh, look at this. I got a full surround on your guys' mid. And now I'm finally going to do my maul rush. Yeah, I remember this. So I'm telling our guys to rush mid because they got the full pinch.
Yeah. No, it's beautiful. I'm blanking on who DP is.
That's Dantski.
That would be me.
Yeah. I'm mixing up Dante with Dantski.
And that's short for Dante's Peak, is that right?
I mean, yeah, back in like 2003 it was.
What is that a reference to?
I mean, that's just a reference to a movie.
Yeah, that's right. I thought it was a movie. Okay, yeah.
Which is probably worse than Volcano was.
Is this like one of those mountain climbing movies or something like that?
It's one of those volcano erupts.
Oh, okay.
Movies. So.
I mean, 2%. You guys can just do whatever you want.
Yeah, 2 minutes is going to be enough time for us to get
Yeah,
over there.
I'm just speeding it up until the end.
Okay, I'll put it on double. Yeah, it's pretty easily. It's funny that we had to like finish killing the whole rest of your team before taking that flag.
Those
Gekko
ratios,
just would
man.
not give it up. Well, yeah, also the ratios, and I had too perfect of a surround there. I probably wanted to get that surround executed before he ended it prematurely.
One minute remaining.
It's kind of close, actually.
You're dead. 30 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and I remember after this game got played like this, I think everybody started trading exactly the way I traded it. Nobody guessed. I think it was not uncommon to get archers on this back then. But as soon as this game happened, I think people pretty well stopped getting archers finally.
Well, I don't think this map ever really got into rotation of regularly played, so...
Possibly, yeah, that's true. This might have been only time, or the first time it was played. in MWC possibly.
That takes like a kind of a veteran roster to be able to handle this map. You know, you got to
Yeah,
kind of know.
this is one of
know
those
what
maps
to do.
that's made for 7 or more players for sure.
Yes.
Yeah, all those dwarf heroes to micro, yeah.
Yeah.
And the brain ninjas. I got some big numbers there. I probably mostly from that mall rush at the end.
Also, this map has ambient whites to heal, so you don't get the negative from those.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. Yeah, there's two ambient whites on this one. It's very unusual.
Although, with that said, I don't remember any. I mean, aside from that pass that I did in the north, there wasn't really much pass action, I felt like, this game.
Yeah. Cruniac's got some big numbers too, only 3 losses. So he did really well with those brain ninjas. This is the first like good game I think that I've seen from Cruniac for this match.
He played fine on the assassin game where he had fetch as well. He played fine then.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna give him a little credit. I think he's better at reg than perceived, especially depending on the role he takes. So, like
Yeah.
this was a good example of the role he was put in, and look, he performed.
His BC skills have always been fine. I do remember I've mentioned this a few times on the podcast before, but in 2012 I literally needed a break from Cat from teaming with him because he was so rough around the edges as far as his positioning. His BC skills were always fine, but like positioning wise, he would get very confused about where he should be on the map, and he needed more direction for a few more years. By like 2015, he was basically fine, but yeah, him and Paris this year were a bit Paris just because like sometimes he might not be sober and go the wrong way on the map or something like that at the start.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
Cruniac did solid this game for sure. And yeah, I don't really blame your guys' team. Put up a good fight. It was just the trade. That's really all it was. So.
Speaking of which, I've already loaded into the next game.
All right, I'm getting there.
And I do not like what I see from Chickenwire.
Oh boy. So yeah, what's the score at this point? Is it 3-2?
I believe it's 3-2 to
Yeah, 3-2.
Southern
Okay.
Parkians.
So it's looking a little rough for us, those game 2 and 3, but I guess those are the only 2 that we lose for the first. Actually, okay. That's the only 2 games we lose the whole thing. Yeah. So this match wasn't. When it was like 2-1, it was the match felt closer, but then it kind of like gets away from you guys after that. So what don't you like about what Chickenwire has here, Don?
Well, the most obvious thing here is 9 archers on a map that's dominated by artillery.
Right.
And it's impossible to do any kind of rush on.
Right.
And then there's 10 warriors, which I
Seems
think the last
heavy.
time we saw this played, was it this year? No, not this year, 2024.
2024, yeah.
I think we virtually saw like 3 warriors from both teams.
Yeah. I think you're right. Yep.
And I think the other thing is just missing 1 Mort, and that's about it from this trade.
Yeah, we're missing a Mort too, but we definitely max the archers, so we have 3 more archers than you guys for sure. Yeah. I think the biggest mistake is the not maxing of the archers for sure.
And we also made the mistake of not restarting for getting a bad side.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that goofy south start always has a little bit of a disadvantage on getting the middle. So like it's like probably like 90% of the time the northeast gets control of the mid right away. Yeah. Yeah, let's see if it plays out that way. Let's start it here. 3, 2, 1, go. Yeah, this is just a BC fight, obviously, but yeah, we'll see if the northeast gets control of mid. It's usually how it plays out, just because the terrain's a little funky for the south.
I'm guessing that's why Chickenwire is captaining, because in theory, there's not as many decisions to make during a game like this.
Yeah, that is curious why Ducky gave up capping for this. Like, also game one. Like, I'm not sure why. Well, it must have been like you guys said, like you were saying, your team just was probably just like, hey, you know, maybe Rab or CW were just like, I'll captain this one game or something.
You have to remember we do have
Yeah, I
9
don't-
players, and I think everyone plays at least like 4 or 5. So
Yeah, I don't remember any like real serious talk about who capping in, like for specific reasons. It was just like, hey,
Just winging
blah
it. Yeah.
blah's gonna cap now.
oh, I also remember New Mutator actually covered this game in one of his casts. And he questioned one of my positioning plays later in.
On this particular game or something else?
Yes.
Flag
Oh, okay.
captured.
Yeah.
Do you think he was right? Do you remember what it was about?
Oh, I 100% remember it, but I completely disagree, and I think it was just him not understanding the situation.
That's probably likely. Yeah. I was gonna
But
say.
yeah, you'll see it play out in kind of the north side of mid.
Okay.
Later in. Like, your team doesn't seem to really send a south force in this game.
Well,
Like Eastwind's
Eastwind,
kind of
I-
getting around it.
yeah, Eastwind's like taking a while to like. I don't know why he's like backtracking right now. So he's kind of slow. So looks like you guys might get mid still. I don't know. We'll see.
Hopefully, in my opinion, in retrospect, it would be good to be pushing while Eastwind's out of the picture. You'll get into it, but you guys got one lock on your side too.
I do like Genghis' position going against ours there. I think he's gonna be able to push in ours probably. And then
Yeah,
if
it's an awkward spot.
Yeah, it's awkward, and if he gets some pressure there, it's gonna force your guys' archer line to back up. Yeah, whenever you get these big BC lineup and BC type maps, it's all about like the team formation. You know, archers should always be the center of the formation with units like this, and the locks you want to be actually more on the sides. Like, I actually don't like Grimm's locks position. It's very hard for a lock to fight from the very center of the enemy archer formation.
Yeah.
Just
Right now, it's not doing anything.
Yeah,
it could at least take
he's forced to
some
stay
fire.
back. Yeah, he's not really able to put any pressure on. So, yeah, Ghengis does push up, so he achieves that position that we thought he would, and forces.
Yeah, and at this point, I kind of had to retreat, otherwise I was getting flanked.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
No, that was the correct move. Yeah.
But it's just now you get to fight with your archers to double up on Gekko a bit.
Right.
So.
And then he's going to be probably forced to back up eventually too. Yeah. And then we will have control
Eastwind's
mid.
playing pretty
Super
weird
passive.
this game.
Yeah, he's super passive. What is going on with that? Like he's got his archers have been out of the fight basically the whole game, and he's got like the archer advantage for us. So that's
What is he doing?
that is really wild. He's being too scared about Chickenwire's goals behind him. That's what he's doing. Oh no, that's he's got somebody else with him. That's Cruniac with him
Cruniac,
too.
yeah.
Yeah.
Between the two of them,
So the two of them are
you
getting
would
like
think they should
distracted.
be able to push Tirri. Right?
Yeah, they're getting way too. Oh, that's a really good pick off for. I think that was Chickenwire just picked off Eastwind's lock with a single puss.
Nice.
Yeah, Eastwind not playing great right there.
Grim finally using his lock mid.
The Ghengis has landed a pass on Arsenic in the south. Well, west, if you want to say. He gets
Yeah, I see that. And our mid got pushed off again.
5 minutes remaining.
Browning's kind of losing. He's down to 2 archers mid. That's not good.
It's got like an inverse thing going on here. Ghengis flanking on the west, doing good, and then on the other side, we're pushing, or my team is pushing.
Man.
On the,
Gekko's Mort stays alive barely after eating a pus. It's crazy. So Ghengis... Did Ghengis get another lock? Or is that his same lock? I thought he lost his lock earlier. Must not have been.
I think it's the same one.
Yeah, okay.
No, I'm not sure because it's got
Flag.
it's got 2 kills. Yeah, same one.
Don, didn't you say that ours pussed Ghengis earlier? What did he puss?
Flag.
No, I said
captured.
Ghengis past ours.
Oh, I got it backwards. Gotcha.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, we're starting to build a little bit of momentum here. Ghengis, once Ghengis got in the fight, the momentum really swung big there. Gekko, man, he's having a great match.
Sounds like Chickenwire. What's that? No? Somebody took me out with a puck.
Well, Cruniac and Eastwind finally, I felt like they just didn't do anything almost the entire game, and like now they're finally, after the fighting's almost done.
That was pretty odd. Maybe Eastman was just distracted or something.
Yeah, it's basically over. We got full control of mid. We got Archer advantage, Archer percent advantage. 3 minutes to go. At this point, we can just camp
Here
and run
comes
time.
the... Yeah, and here's the surrounding I was talking about.
Yeah, Ghengis is trying to go straight south, and Homer too. So they're trying to get us around. So yeah, a little bit of a mistrade here, actually, not by Ducky, but Chickenwire. I don't know if that's necessarily the main reason why you guys lose this, though, because like Eastwind kind of didn't really use his Archer advantage either.
I think Ghengis, I got to give a lot of credit to, with, doing a lot.
Yeah.
He was distracting mid while also taking the flank.
Yeah, Ghengis was in the crucial position. Like, you always need, like... Usually it's not what middle that wins a game like this, where it's to just line up and BC fight. Usually it's you need a flank to win, and then the flank causes the opponent's middle to collapse. So Ghengis definitely played that role here, because Eastwind and Chickenwire not Chickenwire, but Eastwind and Cruniac didn't really do anything on their side of the map, even though they had the bigger advantage. So I would say, like, this wasn't... The trade was a little bit off, but I actually think the bigger issue was just in the team formation. Like, Grimm's lock should not have been middle. I think that was a big mistake. Needed more kind of pressure on the sides.
Yeah. Grimm... I wonder if Grimm were over on the west flank, trying to counter Ghengis, if that would help.
Yeah, Grimm should have shifted to Ghengis' side for sure. Chickenwire did do the dedicated goal pack, and I do think it was quite effective, actually. Kind of just tied up Cruniac and Eastwind, wasting a bunch of their time in the northeast. So I think that worked out well. It was that south that you guys really needed, that your guys' south to win, or at least not fall back. I'm telling everybody, nice job. I must have been really happy with everybody, even though I must not have seen what Cruniac and Eastwind did. I wouldn't have been too happy about that.
I think you would have been given some direction.
So yeah, this ends the first 7-game series. We go to sudden death after this. Ghengis loses his lock right at the end there. Yeah, I remember you guys didn't want to play the 7th because European time, you don't want the games to go too late. So look at that, Gekko got big numbers again. He's always talking about how he screws up all the time. The dude's too humble. Like, he's having a great match, actually. Yeah,
It's
Browning.
surprising he was face off against Browning middle, and Browning has good stats at the end of the game as well.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure how that happened.
Yeah, I think probably Gekko killed Browning and Browning killed somebody else maybe. I'm not sure, but yeah, you see Browning and I both have kind of similar stats because we had the Archer squads middle. So I'm surprised Ghengis doesn't have bigger numbers. He's got a lot of kills though, a lot of kills. And Cruniac
The
and
fact that Ghengis was distracting from the mid and taking land, getting behind us. Was
Yeah, he
impressive.
might not have gotten the damage for that, but he definitely got the position, yeah. Okay, so this is so interesting. I remember these games being played in reverse. So, yeah, you guys must have let us pick first because that's a little unusual. Because I know Frozen Cloud Spine was definitely our pick, or unless these films are, I think these films are mislabeled. They're mislabeled.
Frozen Cloud Spine was our pick.
You guys, oh, that's right. I remember. Okay. Oh, this is such an interesting story.
Because we've talked about this before.
Yeah. So, so
What happened?
So this is what happened. I was gonna pick Frozen Cloud Spine actually, and you guys end up picking my pick, and I was like, holy shit, what a freebie! I don't think I knew for sure that you guys were gonna pick this. I don't know. Do you remember it any different, Dant, or what?
Well, I talked earlier about how much we prepared for OSD earlier. So the main reason I think we ended up picking this was purely based on our earlier DE match where we played you on this as well. And your team got absolutely stomped on this.
Right,
You looked completely clueless. So the idea was we pick this again and see if you've if you're as bad as you were then we should be a free win.
That's right. Okay, this makes sense because I was gonna say I thought there was something in my mind was telling me that I thought you guys were gonna pick this, and what you just described must have been it. Like I thought you guys were gonna pick this, and it must have been because we lost so badly on it before, and I think I was hoping you guys would pick it because actually, yeah. So this is what happened. I was actually initially gonna pick this. I mean, it didn't matter because you guys picked first, but like I had already planned for this pick. And I actually, if you guys didn't pick this, I was going to pick it right after. But then you guys end up picking it, and I was like, oh shit, great. And I thought you guys might pick it because, like you said, we got freaking destroyed. And I always actually like that. Something similar happened with the 2018 last game of Sudden Death there. Asmo ends up picking a game that we got stomped on earlier. And I always look for those games to be like, okay, they're probably going to try and pick this because even though we didn't lose to their team, we lost to a different team or we almost lost to a different team or something. Like, I always like to it's almost like a false flag. Like,
Yeah.
We had a terrible game, but it's not really going to be indicative of the next time it gets played at all. So.
Right, especially when you evaluate afterwards, the trades and the overall strategy.
Yeah, I always adjust. If we lose something, especially badly, I always adjust. And actually, I like picking those types of games because it hides what we're going to do. Because you'll go into the next time we play not knowing what we're going to do because we're going to end up doing something totally different, right?
Yeah, I'm surprised. I don't know if it was Bone or all of us agreed on this. But if we did well against your team last time on it, I wouldn't have picked this because I would have been thinking you adjusted for it.
Yeah, and also Tro. Like the other thing is like, I mean, you guys must have done well the last time we played on the Tro maps, but like, one thing I'm kind of surprised by from this series that we've seen so far, this is the first Tro map. Like there was no Tro maps in the first 7 games, which is kind of odd. Am I wrong? Did I miss something? Did I misremember? I don't think there was. There's no Tro maps, right? So
I don't recall any.
Yeah, it's kind of odd. But yeah, like Tro maps, I'm always gonna favor us like strongly on. Obviously, it didn't play out that way earlier in the DE rounds, but so yeah, I remember looking at this trade, and I felt very confident going into this because I knew you guys were going to get souls, and I was like, "Yep, I think souls are a mistake on this." So you could see that in the trades, and the reason is because of flag rally. Like it's tempting to get the souls because of all the hills, but it's something really different about this is like how many spiders there are on the map, and the spiders, that spider pack ends up being pretty dominant in controlling soul hills, and also like I mean it's a little bit of a stretch to say like fetch can counter the souls, but I just like I think what we end up doing is putting one fetch on each flank. Yeah, you can see the distribution we have here. There's gonna be one fetch on each flank, and then I think the spider pack, let's see, yeah, so you see I got Browning has one fetch and half the spiders on one side, and Homer has the same thing on the other side. So that's how
I like that. Yeah.
Yeah, because I realized, I think my idea going into this was like, I don't need all 6 fetch middle to get control of middle because it's going to end up being a melee rush anyway. And it's not going to be like a fetch battle, right? And I really like having one fetch, especially on the flanks, because the fetch are like the perfect counter against spiders. And just having one fetch on each flank is just going to like shut down any spider pack on either side. And if I can shut down the spider packs, it's going to be hard for the souls to get in the fight, I feel. So that was our thinking behind here. You see that Ghengis has the Tro. So I trust Ghengis with the Tro. He's still our primary Trower. He did fantastic. He was our primary Trower in 2011, so I have him in the same role here. You are going to see later in the game, we do kind of an audible where I end up taking one of the Tro and do some interesting things with it. So I'll call that out when we get there. But other than that, like the big thing you gotta remember, like we're basically gonna do a mid rush for the most part, besides the spiders and 2 of the fetch. And the Stigs, Tro, and the Hurons tend to stay back, but the Stigs and Tro in particular, they're gonna end up, you wanna use them to rush the enemy fetch. And that's why you get Stigs instead of souls here. So you guys don't have far less Stigs, and that gives us, like, sure, souls can be useful, like, kind of, but, like, the Stigs are so much more valuable to do the rush on the fetch. And once you rush down the fetch, because of the big Stig mismatch, it's going to be all downhill from there. So,
what do you think about, looks like Bone split the Tro up between Karma and Tirri?
I don't like it. Yeah, I don't like it because it's kind of like wasting a player, right? Like you could have freed up one of those players to micro something else that would have been more valuable, especially since you guys got souls. You have more arty, which means you need more players microing other things, right? And in this case, what I like to do is I actually like to have a dedicated Stig guy to do the rush. In this case, I didn't have a dedicated Stig guy, it looks like. I kind of spread out the Stigs. But if I was your guys' team, like I would have had actually like a dedicated Stig guy that was going to set up the rush for my fetchers. I do that a lot on these types of maps. I think the reason he did it was because he didn't know what else to give. Like I get it. There's like, you could play this with only 6, you could do this on 6v6 and not be too stretched on the units, but I think he just didn't know who else to give what to. But I think in general, like splitting up the Tro makes it harder for the Troers to do the engagement. If you're gonna be doing a melee rush, right? Then you want the Tro together almost certainly because it's gonna be easier for them to Tro fight and melee fight. So yeah. Yeah,
unless they kind of get lucky on a flank that they can wipe out. I think splitting them up just diminishes their effectiveness. Overall. Yeah.
There are times to split them. I always say, and this was not a principle I knew back then. I just happened to not split it. I definitely made plenty of mistakes splitting Tro myself around this time period. But the rule of thumb I always follow is like you only want to split up Tro when you have arty support with it and small melee support with it. The Tro needs support with it. In this case, they already have the support, whether they're split. It's the same support, right? Like you only want to split them up if, in other words, if you want the 2 different sets of support on two different parts of the map, right? And in the case of going all mid, there's no reason for it, right? So
Right.
and here's the other thing. This is super. Oh, this is pretty. Oh, I don't do it. Okay, interesting. So this is something that I would do differently compared to what I'm doing here. Is I would actually give the Trower Stigs, and probably not the Hurons actually, because the Hurons actually should go with the Fetchers to because they want to stay back and you want to keep them alive to use their roots. And the Trower just needs to trust their teammates to heal them and like pull their Tro out to get the heal. They don't necessarily have to have the Hurons with them. It makes it easier for the Trower to rush. Just like kind of sometimes on Clash, I'll give the Mauls. I usually give the Mauls to the Trower instead of the Zerks because I want the Zerks to be back and I want the Mauls to absorb the RD damage when they rush. So similar concept here. But I didn't end up giving Ghengis any Stigs. That's something I would do differently though, so that he can just go in with both the Tro and the Stigs and not worry about like he knows all of his units can eat fetch shots, right? So he doesn't have to like worry about keeping some of them back. He can just go all in with it. So that's something I would do a little bit different now. I end up having a dedicated melee pack on this, if I'm not mistaken. So our general plan is to, like I said, light flank, those light flanks, and then otherwise heavy mid. And just we want to get control of middle. We want to try to set up a Stig rush on your guys' fetch. And I have a dedicated melee squad just so that I can roam around and just kind of be flexible with what adjustments need to happen on the map. I think I actually will just have Stigs. Oh, interesting. Oh, no, I do have a few Hurons too. Okay, so I think I was serving as the Stig rush guy is what this was about, which I often like to do that because a lot of people don't know how to do the Stig rush on this, or they're too scared to do it or whatnot. So
clump up too much or whatever.
Yeah, too clumped up and usually too scared too. They don't realize like how crucial it is to set it up. So I always make sure I do it so like I know it can't go wrong. But yeah, so I'm the Stig rush guy, and also like I can fall back a little bit to play flag D as needed. I'm just kind of like roaming. I tend to like to give myself like more complicated roles like that because there's just too many contingencies that like I don't know what's going to happen in the game. There's too many variables and I have to make very quick decisions in this regard, and I don't want to have to tell somebody else what decision to make because they're going to get confused and it's going to be too difficult. So I just give myself that role. Anyway.
Yeah, makes sense.
Also, Paris is interested in joining for the last couple of games.
Okay, yeah. Let's grab him. He's not in the lobby yet. Yeah, Paris. Oh, yeah.
That's a random question for both of you. Do you use presets? Like, in how many?
I mean, I think almost every Myther uses presets. There's only a few Mythers from the earlier years, like Killer comes to mind, who didn't use presets at all. Hang on, let me drag Paris in here.
I mean, I use presets for everything. I mean, even World War II, when I've got one unit, I use a preset.
Yeah, yep.
It's just habit at this point.
Exactly. Yeah, there was a few players in the earlier years who did not use presets and who are still surprisingly good without them. I do think if you look at the play styles on a spectrum, like with no presets, so you're relying purely on mouse clicking selection too, like and movement and everything. That's one extreme, and then the other extreme is like you're not using box select clicking with your mouse at all for selection, and you only use the preset hotkeys for selecting units. That's the other extreme. I think both extremes are incorrect, and you need to find a balance there. And the thing that I always encourage people to do in general, I lean closer to the no preset side than most other Myth players. Most Myth players, from what I have encountered, use between 4 and more presets. Like that, the average seems to be at least 4 presets on average, maybe even 5.
Yeah, 5. Any more than that is just it might be more of a detriment than a help.
Yeah.
Hitting the wrong one or something. You meant to hit 4, you hit 5.
When it comes to 2-team play, I probably don't ever use more than 4. That's only for light maps. For dark maps, it's usually 3.
I remember. So the only extreme that the biggest extreme I've seen of this was 1v1ing against Tirri on like really big maps. He would use like literally all the presets, as far as I understand it. I think he's talked about it before. So he would be using up to 8 or 9 presets because, like, for example, if
Crazy,
you're like,
man.
yeah, that's crazy, right? Like, and actually, he would do quite well with them. Like, he was still tough to play against, obviously. But I would, even in 1v1s on really large maps, like desert or something like that, like desert FR 1v1, like we did that one time, is, that's very, very heavy on the micro and macro. I still only use, I think, 4 presets. So even in that case, like, that's like a super extreme case. Usually I use only 2 presets, and in 1v1s, if I do use 2 more presets, they're kind of just to handle pus goals. Like, I'll have 2 presets just for pus goals that I like to throw around on the flanks and get them behind the opponent when I'm 1v1ing. And then I usually like to set up these like combo attacks where I throw these goals off from the side in while I'm pushing from the front with the rest of my force all at the same time. Tends to overwhelm people. So I'll do that maneuver a lot in 1v1s. In 2-team play, never more than 2 presets. It's 2 presets for me. Everything else is box select. I don't need every single unit in a preset. I just need the bulk of my units. So like I usually have my range shit in a preset and my melee, most like the bulk of my melee in a preset. The pus doesn't need to be in a preset. The dwarf doesn't need to be preset. If I don't have any arty, then it can be just the pus in one preset and the melee in the other. It usually works out well for me. And then the reason I say I think people rely a bit too much on presets is because it makes your play style, the way you fight, very rigid and predictable. So because I've practiced getting so fast with box select to select units, it allows me to just kind of use my units in a very unconventional way where I'll just throw straggler melee off to the sides everywhere and just like confuse the shit out of people. And then I am able to like engage my faster clicking ability to kind of overwhelm people, right? And that's been very effective for me. So
yeah, I was going to say, I experienced that myself, not last Myth World Cup, but the last 2-team tournament. We played a kind of a for fun game, and I was up against Gekko on the flank, and he did exactly that with lots of melee scattered around, just overwhelming me with better macro, basically.
Yeah, interesting. We'll have to ask how many presets he tends.
Difficult to play against.
Yeah, it's super difficult to play against because you have to kind of match what, like, when you scatter the units around like that. The way, like, if somebody does that against me, I'm able to actually counter it properly because basically what I'll do is I'll take 2 melee and start tagging all their units, and then it becomes like a clicking battle. Like who can like pull their units out and control their units like better. Like turn it into a massive clicking battle, and if you know you're like top notch clicker, then that goes to your advantage, right? So
yeah, I mean it's kind of funny because this kind of all goes back to a player that never gets talked about in competitive play called Yazoot. When you play Gimbal,
yeah.
He would just spread his units out, and he obviously wasn't a great clicker, so he tended to just come in one by one. I mean, if he was better, he would be able to surround and use his units much more effectively. That's, in a sense, what we're talking about now.
Yeah. The other reason that's so effective is, like, if you think about it, in most games you need to set up your arty line, and especially in archers, if you need to set up that archer line, it's super effective to spread out your melee like that and start harassing the enemy archer line from the sides. It forces their archers usually to collapse and clump up, and then that gives your archers a massive advantage. So like that's super common to see that. I think people need to develop that box select and clicking skill a bit more. Obviously, it's super handy in 1v1, maybe not as much in 2-team play, but it helps every now and then. It's like a nice tool in your toolbox when you need it. So, Paris, you there?
Hello.
Welcome.
Hey, Paris.
How's it going, guys? I see you're checking out Myth World Cup 2012.
Yeah, we're just wrapping up here. We just started the sudden death. We were.
It's the best part.
Yeah. Do you have the film loaded up here?
Yeah, I'm loaded up. I'm
Okay, cool.
right at 0-0.
Okay. Were you guys gonna say anything else, or are we ready to start this?
Well, the only reason
Ready
I
to go?
brought up the preset thing is the next update. There's an implemented and I told Zero Pipeline this has to be an option because the regulars are not going to like this. But an option to make presets permanent, so like you can't deselect. In other words, like that's a big issue in World War II. So it's more like to help the World War II players. And I was thinking, that's gonna totally screw the records over. So the only way it's gonna be possible if it's a disable enable option.
Yeah, 100%. What does that even mean? Like permanent preset? Like you can't deselect the preset or something? Like what? I don't.
When you click on the ground or a model or whatever, it won't deselect your unit that you made the preset with. You can still select your other unit. Yeah, but if you click on the map, it'll just give you the waypoint on which way the units are gonna go. So it's really only helpful for pretty much in World War II, I'd say, because clicking so fast, you'll deselect and it gets screwed over. So yeah, I was thinking GKG. I don't think he uses presets, so we got to keep that an option. So anyway,
That's actually.
It's definitely going to be useful because I know when I came back to playing Myth World Cup last year, I think every single game of every match I was deselecting like crazy.
So I mean, as long as it's an option, yeah, you wouldn't want to force something like that on any players. But so this is the other thing that I think my control setup might be a little bit different than most people is my right click, which is like your second most useful button, right? So it's kind of important what you use that for. A lot of people will use it for attack ground. For me, because of the style I just described, where I'm doing lots of clicking and box selecting to move units around in a customized fashion, I use my right click for deselect. And the reason for that is just to avoid all that misclicking. Like you kind of just, but it's more of like, so without being able to quickly deselect, you know how there's like that half a second delay before you will reselect a different set of units. Like it's for that because like I need it to deselect and select something else quicker, without having to wait. Otherwise, you have to like wait for that. It's like that gesture click will sometimes happen too. When you're like,
right?
Yeah. So it kind of stops those mistakes, those misclicks from happening. You just like I've gotten in the habit of always deselecting before I reselect something else like that. So.
You guys don't use the clear selection key? Like, I have it mapped to F, so, like, I'm always deselecting with the F key.
Yeah, no, I use it, but it's literally my right click because I use it so much. Like, it's like literally my right click. I'm using it all the time.
Yeah, talking with Joe Pipeline, and we were testing it out, and he said he was considering making the right click to deselect for the unit. I was like, I don't know, because a lot of people use that for, attacking the ground and whatnot. So he made it with the the button, the one next to the Windows keyboard, escape and one.
The tilde, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. For me, 'cause that's what I pressed for voice chat or voice button.
Oh, I got like a button on my mouse for the voice chat.
Maybe I'll try that.
Yeah, I do that as well. Paris, since you just joined and you are in these finals, do you want to like briefly just kind of cover what you remember about 2012?
I remember we weren't sure if we were gonna have MC or not, and then we did. We weren't sure if we were gonna have the SP be a team, but we ended up doing that. I remember I'm captaining against Deer, and we lose a game, so you guys didn't want me to captain anymore. Later on in the tournament, I know we got kind of stomped out, went out into the bottom bracket, but then we had like a pretty good match against NC. And I felt like we were just we were finally like fired up to win, you know. But early on in the tournament, we definitely had plenty of challenges.
Yeah, that's a good point. I didn't mention that before. I remember that too. Like we just had like a really slow start. Yeah.
Yeah, like a been there, done that attitude, but it was kind of giving our opponents like advantages.
Well, what did you say at the start? We didn't know if we'd have MC. What's that?
Well, we didn't know if we'd do MWC.
Oh, MWC. I see. Yeah.
And then I think either I hosted it or Ducky hosted it. I forget.
I
Yeah,
forget
does
too.
anybody know if we're having one this year? Or talk about who's doing the TO?
But I could be wrong, but I think Grim came back and did this. This was his last hurrah.
Yeah,
wasn't it?
Grim did 2012. Yeah, I thought so.
Oh.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I think you're right, Dantski. Yeah. Paris, do you remember why? Apparently, I remember you had captained the start of the tournament, but I didn't realize that you captained actually a lot deeper into the tournament than I remember. Do you remember why you were captaining instead of me? I know it was like I pretty much self-selected myself out, I think, is what I remember, but
Yeah, that's how I kind of remember it. You weren't as invested in playing as you were the year previous. That was for sure.
yeah.
You played as Butters,
Oh, that's right.
and I think I don't know if you were available for every match to begin with, but you got more heavily invested as the tournament went on.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that sounds very familiar. Yeah, I was like kind of at arm's length with MWC for most of the tournament. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds right.
Like 2012 summer. I mean, our roster was pretty loaded too. Like
Yeah.
Ghengis, Cruniac, Eastwind, Homer. I didn't
Yeah.
realize Browning was such a critical component of our finals team. Pretty much 2 years in a row, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, he was always an underrated player for sure. Yeah, that's right. I was like kind of it wasn't just what I had thought initially was that I was still participating in MWC pretty much the whole fully, but like I just didn't want to captain. But I think you're right. Actually, it was more of just like I was like burnt out even just from MWC, even as a player as well. So, and then I think what happened was like when we got stomped by my team, this team we're playing against here in the films. In the DE rounds, I think us like losing that badly is what finally fired me up and got me motivated again. So I remember that happening. Yeah.
It might have. See, like the way it was interesting seeing that we had lost that match 5-0 because the way I remember it is like I stopped captaining over like a deer match. So I don't think I captained that 05, but you might have. And either way, like losing in that regard was gonna like with our personalities on the team, that's gonna motivate us to like turn the whole thing around as soon as possible.
Well, I think Dantski said. I mean, we can pull up the films later. But and I think what Dantski said earlier was correct, which is I think you ended up capping the first half of that match, and I captained the second half. And that's kind of I think that's correct. That sounds right to me. I think you might have captained the first three, and I captained the last two, and we still got swept badly, and I just remember being like, I will never let that happen ever again. So yeah.
Yeah, it was a tough tough match, but we were against some pretty good fucking opponents, man.
Oh yeah, this team is. I was saying it earlier. This team's stacked to the gills. This Ducky team, my team is what it was called. Very good.
Yeah, just to make things confusing.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's kick off this film here. I'll count it down. I think we're all there. 3, 2, 1, go.
Game on.
Yeah. So interesting. I've already noticed that they probably split the tro. So just looking at the percentages, you can see that there's nobody with a big percentage, so they probably split. I think I knew that this was going to come down to just whoever can rush the other team's fetch. It's just going to be like a setup and rush the fetch down. It's going to play out that way. Like, I don't think the flag rally is going to matter as much. It's going to come down to an early rush is going to decide the BC fight for the whole game, basically.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like my team is sending any Stygians middle, but we're sending like pretty much all of ours.
Flag captured.
A little bit more leverage for SB.
Yeah, I think it's judging from the chat, it looks like I'm concerned about guarding our backfield because our flanks are so wide open. I probably is the reason why, I'm guessing. So I still don't want to get like flagged easily, and I'm ready to like grab units if needed to defend our backfield, which is another reason why I put myself in that role. Is like if I need to grab reinforcements, I can just do it real quick without really asking.
Yeah. This fetch on all the flanks as well as mid.
Okay, so interesting.
Yeah.
They do fetch on the
What you
flanks
were-
too. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we just copy-pasted our strategy from a DE round. We didn't change anything.
Like you were saying earlier, GKG, fetch and spiders, like, ours think he's got to go somewhere else now.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he would have had a flop.
Yeah, exactly. Your guys' solars can't do anything against our spiders. Oh, you guys didn't get spiders. I didn't even notice that before. Yeah, that's a problem. So here, our fetch get in position. You're going to see us set up I think a Stig Rush here, maybe. That's what I hope we do. Ooh, Cruniac is losing that fetch if he's not careful. Okay. So I'm actually surprised that we don't set up the Stig Rush yet. Oh, you guys do have spiders. Ours has the spiders in the west.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just one big pack.
One big pack. Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
I think it should have been.
But his
split.
his one big pack can't push into our fetch. Like that one fetch is gonna hold it
Exactly.
off. So, okay, we're winning the fetch engagement already. We did take a little bit more tro damage though. But we didn't even rush with our Stigs, which I'm kind of surprised to see. Maybe I didn't understand the Stig Rush back then. I might not have.
I wish Arsenic would gone for your back flags in retrospect.
You wish Arsenic had with his spider pack?
Yeah.
Like just
Yeah,
run
he
around
would.
the fetch? Yeah.
But because he's pretty much held up by that fetch.
Yeah, that's what my roaming melee pack is there. Like, I'm just kind of watching the backfields. Okay, now I make a move here. You're going to see me make a move here. So Ghengis, he has to pull that one tro out. And now Ghengis is in two different... I noticed Ghengis is in two different spots, so I just take that tro. I just took it right now. So now I got a melee pack with a tro, and I'm pushing in that west. I want to grab that tag in the west. So I'm pushing in there.
Browning's gonna get pushed off of that northwest.
Yeah. So I'm pushing in on Karma. I'm gonna get the tag. Now what you're gonna see in a little bit is you're gonna see that you guys try to set up a 3v1 pinch on me in the west. And I'm gonna end up getting out of there just in the nick of time. Okay, I just got the flag. So I got the flag. I see Gekko trying to pinch me from behind. Ours is going to come back up here to try and pinch me from behind as well. So it's going to be like this little 3v1 pinch in the west, and I'm just going to just barely squeak out of there in the nick of time. I like barely got that tag. Karma almost was able to hold that.
Yeah, 1 or 2 seconds. It was pretty. It's close.
Looks like I sacrificed my spiders just to give myself a little
Yeah,
bit of time.
That was smart.
Just to get out of there. Okay, yep, and I just got to get out of there just in the nick of time before ours is... Now you're going to see me engage Karma here in a melee fight. And then I use offensive heals on his Tro to stun it. See, he made a big mistake there trying to focus on my Tro. He should have focused the Herons first. And he didn't use any offensive heals. That was a big melee engagement there. Oh, and then here I got a good... I like my engagement there with the Herons on the spiders. I'll lose, but I took a lot of spiders down. So yeah, we're up 20%. Now we're up in flags again. Up in Tro health. Karma's Tro is red without any support. So he's probably going to get trapped somewhere. Okay, victory imminent. Okay, yeah. We just need flag 6, which Ghengis is about to tag. So yeah, that was a quick one. Most of the fighting, like, it was kind of like mid. There's like a little bit of engagement mid. You guys get pushed back, and then everything else kind of happened in the west there, I think, with the little engagement I had with Karma, Gekko, and ours. I guess as soon as you guys mid kind of backed up, well, I guess we kept pushing your mid. I didn't fully see what happened there. Did you guys just kind of get run down middle? Is that what happened?
Well, one of your trail left, and I think we tried to fight with less units and ended up just dying, really.
Ah, gotcha. Yeah. Paris, you had a big game. Look at you got some big stats there.
Yeah, I just kept on pushing up through the mid, securing those last few flags.
Yeah, it looks like the mid also won at the same time. So I guess our mid and west won at the same time. And once you guys broke through, you're in the backfield and tagged everything. Yeah. Yeah, that was a quick one. Yeah, I think this one plays out like pretty quick, no matter, like, just commonly a lot, because even if both teams go no souls, it's gonna end up being a Stig rush and a fetch battle right off the bat. Probably fighting for control of that mid hill, you know. So
yeah, I mean, we talked about how Smith is relatively slow paced in terms of how fast the units move individually and everything, but this map and unit combination in particular is one of the fastest you can get, really.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah. Yeah, Tro maps in general tend to play faster. I think Fetch also, there's certain units that kind of speed up the pace of the game. I think Tro and Fetch kind of end up being that way, yeah.
Like, Dark is kind of fast-paced mything, whereas Light is slow.
Yeah, for sure. That's absolutely true. So, yeah, this was your guys' pick.
A great one it was, right?
We appreciated it.
Yeah, Eastwinds said sick play for me. Yeah, I had a pretty good play there. I want to actually look at the chat in the beginning real quick, because I think we said something about how they were picking. Like, I was thinking that you guys were going to pick this. Hang on.
Yeah, I made a comment about it.
Oh, yeah, Paris, there. You say it right off the bat. I can't believe they picked this. Because, Paris, I was saying earlier before you joined that I think I knew that they were going to pick this. And then Dantski said, I think the reason I knew that was because we lost really badly on this the last time we played them on it. So, in the DE round.
Yeah, I'm sure it was on, like, the tip of our tongues, too. Because didn't you say that you had wanted to pick it anyway if they had not?
Yeah.
Right? So we were kind of, like, just ready to go.
Yeah. And then curious that we pick Lichen after this, or Lichen. I guess because the only thinking I have behind that is that Ghengis is like, I thought Ghengis was like the best Jenner, basically.
Yeah,
in the
thinking
game.
the same thing.
Definitely.
Yeah,
I was thinking exactly that.
And like, we had a really good success on it the year before, so.
Yeah. Slow pace, he can just cook with the gen.
Hang on, I gotta restart Myth here. Hopefully I don't run into problems. Yeah, and then this next game is the game that we had some foreshadowing, talking about Dante getting some big units that maybe he shouldn't have gotten, because he got like a lock on the Smells game, and then in this next game he gets the General, which was kind of controversial, even amongst Ducky's own team at the time.
To be fair, he played fine with a lock on the Smells game. There's nothing strange going on there.
True, that's true.
Who else? Oh wait, I thought you meant that Dantski get the gen, but I see Dante has it.
Yeah, it's our double Dante team.
Yeah, I got confused. I was like, DP, I thought that was Dantski. And then there's Dante. And I got confused earlier, too.
Oh, that's right. I remember that. Yeah, I'm working on fixing it. Yeah. It's like Myth like froze up and crashed, but then like I quit it and shut it down, and the whole monitor is still not coming back up. Let me see. No, Myth's definitely closed. Man. Yeah, let me do another quick restart. We'll get through this. One more game. One more. I'll be right back.
Yeah, Wait, D3? I thought we played each other on this.
I just put the stream back up.
Cool.
Yeah, we actually played this against you earlier in the tournament as well. This is
Oh,
part
okay.
of a 5-0 win as well.
Oh, interesting. Oh, so, wow.
So we did actually beat your team on this as well.
Yeah, that's so interesting. I wonder why I felt confident picking this. Just because of Ghengis must be the only reason. But like, I'd have to watch that film. I almost wonder if like we didn't have Ghengis gen that game or for some reason or something like that. It's kind of weird, but I'm not sure. Obviously, I felt confident picking this one for whatever reason. So we'll see. Yeah, I think Ducky's trade is. I think Ducky really only screwed up. Was it just like one trade, 2 trades maybe? 2 trades maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not actually as bad as I remember. I thought he screwed up more like 3 or 4 of the trades, but it wasn't really that bad. It's honestly it's hard to get all the trades right. Even for me, in a 7-game series, I usually screw up at least one of them. So it's really not that. I think I was too harsh on Ducky, to be honest. In hindsight,
I think
I was
that's
really too
more
harsh.
down to other series rather than this one. But
What's that?
I think you were more harsh on him because of some of the other series you've played against him rather than this one. But
Yeah, could have been. Well, what really sticks out in my mind is that MWC 2010 finals. I thought that was kind of bad, but yeah, he did better here than I remember. Well, like him giving Dante the general, yeah, okay. But like you said, maybe that's not right why you guys lose. We'll see. You guys ready to start it?
yeah.
3,
Yep.
2, 1, go.
I mean, I think this would have been a very different finals if your team had sort of sneaked a win over us earlier in the tournament. Because I think that would have woken our team up a bit.
I agree. I totally agree. I think you guys fell a little bit asleep at the wheel because you guys stomped us so badly before. Yeah, I agree. Like I was saying before, I almost like it when I lose really badly. I always like going into tournament finals with the mindset that I'm the underdog because it just brings out the best usually. It's complacency kills. Like that's just the worst attitude to kind of have going into a finals.
And it's also like you can only go up and win from there. I think.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of depends what your attitude about it is. Like, if you realize, in my case, I almost always see what I can do better. And so I'm always, like, encouraged, even after losing. I'd always feel like, okay, there's, like, a gazillion things I could have fixed and done better there. So I've never felt like, oh, my team's not good enough to win this, which is, like, I think the defeatist attitude that a lot of players have. And like I get why, like if you don't understand the things that you can fix, then it will feel like that. But like if you understand the game deeply and you can see the things that you can fix, it just gives you a much more positive mindset about things because you'll always see all the things that you could have fixed. Okay, so we're doing a heavy bottle puss. Yeah, makes sense since we know no archers.
I made some bottle puss over here.
Oh, I got the second least percentage.
Cruniac has the least.
Well, sometimes that doesn't matter. Depends on the role.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Yeah. I'm excited to see what what happens with that 9%?
That general must count for a massive percentage, because it's like, I don't feel like Dante and Ghengis have that many more units, but like their percentage is
I think
massive.
the general's like 15%.
Yeah, it must be. It's like crazy.
The journeyman's like, what, 6 points? And a dwarf? So there's 12?
Yeah, true. Yeah, true. The journeyman too, yeah. I'd be curious if like there's some actual point value assigned to the general on this map in the map making
If
editor.
you look behind our mid, you see Dante tried to throw the satchels. They just tried to do the satchel rain.
Oh, interesting. When did they do the satchel rain? Was that before this or after? I don't remember.
Oh, Ghengis under fire. Satchel Rain is like NC.
No, I know, but what year was that? Oh, Ghengis loses a dwarf. What year was that?
Is this something that people don't do enough against dwarfs when they have archers on this map? Just put a fire arrow at the front of the force field.
Yeah, that's an interesting. Yeah, it worked really well there. I don't know if Ghengis should have backed out of it quicker or what, but that definitely like gets the.
I did a flank, and so he had to back out.
How does the fire arrow behave? Like, if you shoot it right in the force field, but it doesn't hit the ground, will it still ignite the ground?
It does start to go upwards as soon as it starts to hit the force field, so it needs to be hitting the ground quite quickly as soon as it hits.
He might have hit like right at the edge of the force field or something like that. Man, Dantski, that's you on the archers. You're doing like a really great job like hitting those freaking dwarfs. Like super accurate fire there.
Yeah, I mean most people just run away from a dwarf. I'm very aggressive against it.
Do you like aim the shots a little bit different if the dwarf's standing at the edge of the force field, or I don't know if there's some trick to that?
No, I mean most of the time when I archer against decent players, I attack the ground rather than click.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
So yeah, you do generally want to just aim at the front of the field because it will arch up slightly.
I think Ghengis might have been just standing a little bit. Well, you do have to shoot. Yeah, you bring up a good point. Like, I think the dwarf has to be at the edge of the field to be. I don't know. Ghengis might have been standing a little bit too close to the edge. There's a fine line there between where they can stand. Oh, almost gets the kill. Yeah, Ghengis. I mean, although Ghengis did lose a dwarf early, we fortunately traded for extra dwarfs, so it's not that big of a deal. And you can start to see like Ghengis, I think, is starting to become a lot more effective in his fire compared to what Dante is doing.
We got erased.
Yeah, and your team has got a melee behind us as well.
Yeah, we're trying to like force a pin on you guys, get you guys nervous about your flag, and get just everybody falling back. I don't think we're that effective actually here, if I recall correctly. Like that was a terrible bottle pus by Eastwind. He just threw all those bottles. At least he kept the pus and didn't waste it, I guess. But okay, Browning's got a bottle pus too. He's gonna try and find a target here. Oh, looks like Eastwind's gonna pick off that dwarf still. Oh, yeah. Eastwind picks off a dwarf. Oh, and gets a pus stud though. Bottle pus. Ah, that bottle pus was terrible. Oh, man. Oh! If only it could have ignited those bottles. So, yeah, those bottle pusses kind of failed. One dwarf goes down, but not...
One's...
It ignited at the end. Chickenwire just lost a bunch of warriors. So I guess it was effective after all. Yeah, the percentages are starting to swing here. Kryptos is kind of trapped. He's pulling out now.
I'm a bad spot right now.
So Dante is
they got out of there like 30 seconds earlier.
I mean, I really do think Ghengis was quite a bit more effective than Dante with the General Dwarf here. I don't really... There's no pressure really coming from your guys' General Dwarf.
5 minutes.
Yeah,
remaining.
I couldn't really even tell it was still alive because it's not doing much.
Yeah, he's not aiming it really hardly at all, so...
Like, that throw is really bad. It's only hitting Tirri's warriors, if anything.
Right.
So it's like, I know I was quite frustrated after the game after watching this.
Yeah, I remember you being frustrated too, Don. And like, when you get frustrated, you know it's bad, so...
Flag contested.
Paris trying to play with the bottles, as always.
Did we get him?
Eastwind tries to kill up the home dwarf, but he gets out microed by Ducky's thrall quite badly.
Nice.
Ducky was a phenomenal melee player, I must say. I mean, he beat me pretty badly sometimes in melees. It was kind of be like, we kind of go back and forth, whoever's like hot that day or whatever. But him and I had some. I mean, he's up there like among the best meleeers of all time. Really, really good. I mean, I do think actually Dante's genning is partially contributing to this loss, I have to say. There's just no pressure coming from it, you know? He's not really hitting anything, so...
Flag contested. Flag contested.
Nice long shot there. Oh, got the ignite, but didn't hit. It's always fun when those work, but it's hard to pull off.
Yeah. Some fun goal play here this game.
Now, Ghengis is just going to tee up here. Yeah, he's going to get some big shots here, probably. I noticed that Ghengis and a lot of the... Oh, that was a nice shot. They like to like back up and then go back forward again between shots. You notice that? Yeah, maybe just to like... Yeah, so they can't get hit in between. Or if maybe it's... I think also it's like maybe to re-aim a little bit too, maybe, but... Dantski, does fetch ball skills apply to gen duffing at all, or no? Okay. Right, yeah. Makes sense. I'm surprised nobody like made a plugin to like bring that back into Myth 2 somehow, you know what I mean? Like, or like some map where it was turned on. It might have to... It probably requires some like pretty low-level adjustments to the physics of the game. I don't know if you have access to manipulating that level of physics, because like the Myth 2 physics would like basically blows up the bottle rather than like deflecting it, right? So Oh, does it work in VTFL? Oh, okay, nice. Gotcha. Right. Gotcha. Well, yeah, looking at the stats, Donsky, you got big numbers. Yeah, I mean, you had some really accurate fire there, surprisingly accurate fire there with the archers. Ghengis, I think, put on some good pressure, and then yeah, I mean, Dante just didn't. I don't think he hit anything, honestly, with the force field effect. Anyway, Paris put up some big numbers. Yeah, right. Yeah, with just the single dwarf, exactly. Yeah, that was more of like I wouldn't blame the trade or strategy or capping or really I really just think the big mistake there was Dante's genning. I do think that was pretty crucial there. I'm sure there's some other things that could have been better, but we made some mistakes too. Like our bottle pussing wasn't great. We end up kind of getting lucky with hitting some CW's warriors at the end, but I think. Oh, did you? Okay. Was that after, like near the end of the game? Or oh, okay. When you had a dwarf? Okay. Yeah, right. Yeah, I think I'm surprised I had two dwarfs on D. I seen me do that a lot on Lichen. Or maybe it's like starts with one dwarf, but then someone else falls back. It's probably what happened. Yeah. Right. Yeah, it makes sense. It's like a rare time will I actually stick a dwarf on flag D by itself with just thrall because normally I don't like doing that, but on this one it, in particular it makes sense. I feel like I don't really like this pick to be honest. I don't know how commonly it's picked in more recent MWCs, but it just turns into that Jund dwarf battle, which is kind of I feel like it decides things a lot oftentimes, and it's just I don't know. It's not that great of a team dynamic. It feels a little bit like carpet bombing to me, a little bit. So like a lesser version of it, I guess. But I was thinking, yeah, I was thinking the exact same thing. Why didn't I pick a trial map? Yeah, I agree. Well, they didn't. King of the Map didn't exist. King of the Map didn't exist this year. You got to remember that was the 2013. Yeah. Yeah. What were you saying, Paris? Yeah, I mean, looking back on this match, yeah, I mean, obviously Genghis was the only reason we would have picked this. Definitely, otherwise a Tro map would have made way more sense. Yeah, no, it was definitely more common back then. I think it's kind of fallen a little bit more out of favor over the years, and I think rightfully so, probably. I see Karma and even Gekko is even nice guy Gekko is saying Dante blew so bad. So, yeah, that's funny. Like, yeah, I think it was pretty bad actually. Yeah. Um, what year was the year that Adren did the Satchel Rain? Oh, it was early. Okay. Okay, so it was before this. Okay. Very well. No, it wasn't. If it wasn't during MWC, it wasn't '09 because I was on that '09 NC team, and it wasn't that year. Okay, that was 2012. Oh, it was this year then. It was 2012, wasn't it? Wasn't 2012 Rainbows? Oh no, Rainbows was probably. It might have been this year, actually. Maybe that's what Dante was trying there. When you guys mentioned that he tried to do the satchel rain, it might have been because it happened literally right before this match. You know what I mean? I think that probably is right. Yeah, yeah, it didn't have to be MWC. Yeah. Well, I mean, I think I gotta say, like, Grim is a good player. I don't know what it is. Every time I watch a match with Grim in it, though, I never like really. He just seems so forgettable. Whatever he had, I don't know what it is. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think I mentioned him much at all this match. I don't know if he sat a bunch of games or what. I mentioned him about the mid lock on Barons. That's the only thing I remember. But like I consider him a good player, but like I don't know why he seems to like blend into the background so much for me whenever I review film. Do you guys notice that at all, or I don't know? Yeah, I guess he did. Go ahead, Don. Did he? Okay. No, like I've always considered him a great player. Like solid four balls for sure, and he's smart too. Like his positioning is always good, and that's why I'm just always surprised. Like I don't know why I noticed the other players more for some reason. I probably because he probably just is okay getting the lesser squads. I guess is the reason. I'm not sure, but oh, he sat this game too. Yeah, okay. He's probably volunteers to sit a lot of games too, maybe or something. So I think you had a pretty good match though, Don and Gekko. I don't know. I think Gekko might have even been MVP. Um, I think Gekko had a great match. Karma kind of screwed up with the throwing engagement, the one game on the that we just watched. Yeah, and that was the game that always kind of instilled in my mind. I think also because I watched him in the 2008 finals, Armageddon against NC, and he trowed, I think, quite a bit during that tourney too. But that those were kind of like always why I was always surprised why Karma got tro so much. What was it? Was Tirri the other trower, I think, on Frozen? So I mean, yeah, I mean, who else do they have? Yeah, that's a good point. Maybe it would have had to either be I don't know. I'd probably still put Chickenwire on the other tro personally, but I don't know, how do you like about your trowing, Dantski? How do you like your trowing? Do you, do you like? I mean, when you say no other units, you still want some melee though with your trow, right? Really interesting. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's been kind of one of the big weaknesses for both the NC and NP kind of rosters. T-Cox had some throwers in the form of like Zur, and I don't know if there's somebody else I'm forgetting, but like earlier years, I like Henry comes to mind. Although 2001, we for whatever reason Henry wasn't given big heavy hitting roles in 2001, which was just kind of surprising when we watched it. But yeah, I would have expected K. Like I don't know how Cave's throwing was, but like he's obviously like arguably T-Cox's best player, like him and Zur, right? So definitely would like to see him more on Trow as well. But like NC and NP, like I don't know, like everybody thinks Tirri's a Trower, but I haven't been a big. Like I was saying before, I love Tirri on fetch. Not as much on Trow, but also who else are you gonna take? Because Gekko probably doesn't want him either, so I don't know. Yeah, maybe. How do you like your Trowing, Kryptos? I hopefully part of the reason one of the things I have been trying to do in these podcast episodes is explaining how I like to approach and think about throwing, just because I am pretty critical about people's throwing in general. Just because like I would do it differently a lot of the times. If I'm saying something, it's just because I would do it different. But I do hope that explaining it a little bit more might help some people. You know, not just with throwing, obviously with play in general. You know, if hopefully MWC continues for some years to come. Although who knows? We've been saying it's going to be dead for like 20 years now, but if there's going to be some more years to come, I hope maybe explaining some of the stuff might help some people, because I definitely like the game needs like more throwers. We need more captains. We need more strategists, more shot callers. Like yeah, more players in general. Obviously, yeah. Get it on Steam. Yeah. Yeah. So the new server has been bringing some players back. Is that right? Or are they some like old school players, or are they new players, or what? Oh wow.
server by Ephemeral, Road, Paris, and me doing my thing. But yeah, I'll get more players.
What's
Yeah, 10.
One
you say
would hope.
Road? What is Road? Is he Project Magma or?
Road, I've known him since I was like 9 years old. We used to play co-op back on Bungie, and over the years, I tested his maps and plugins. He was a Magma guy.
Yeah.
He's not Magma anymore. He's KD.
Sounds familiar. Yeah. Yeah, Steam is like the only hope for like a massive change, probably. I don't know how many players you think Steam would bring back. I'm thinking like 1,000 at least. That's what I would think.
Dude, here's the thing. The crazy thing about Steam is it's not even about who it's going to bring back. It's the new players, an example like LSO, that are going to be coming in.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Because it all of a sudden, all these other people that would otherwise never have any exposure to Myth at all would now have that available for them to download and play in. You know, like a whole bunch of, who knows the age. At least Bungie fan players, you know.
Yeah, I do think that would be like the hammer, like the big sledgehammer that actually changes a lot. I could see it bringing back 1,000 plus players. It could even be in the tens of thousands. It's possible. I think so.
Yeah.
At that point, you'd have to be worried about like upgrading servers and like putting some money behind the servers, probably, because the costs and everything would probably get up pretty significant. So.
Oh, sure, but imagine that you're working with a Myth community of thousands of players through Steam. You'd be You'd be super excited to do it. Fuck it.
Like, let's say there's 1,000 players active that came back. How, in terms of player count in the community, how much does that roll the clock back? So what year are we talking about when last time Myth had that kind of size to it? Like, I'm thinking
Play Myth.
Yeah, Play Myth, exactly. That's what I was thinking too, yeah.
I mean, how many active players did Play Myth have when it started?
How many rooms?
No, how many active players did it actually have when it started?
I mean,
because I know when I was first logging on in 2003, you probably had maybe 200 people online at best.
No, like maybe at any given time. Yeah, no, I think 200 at any given time. But the point is, like, that's a sufficient critical mass, I think, of players where like you could log on at any time and find games, like, you know what I mean, and like multiple games really. There was like some selection even to what you could play. The ranked scene back then was really kicking. I actually think the ranked scene in Playmouth was actually better, in my opinion, than the ranked scene during BungieNet, personally. I don't know if I'm biased.
Yeah, a lot of work went into that. What do you think of the rank system at Grotto? And what do you think about like categories? Remember, like, hunting and Lothman, they're like, you know, those ranks number 1 for each game type as well.
I mean, I don't know anything about Bagrata. I haven't even played a single game on there yet, but I do like I do like that that's happening and the effort behind it. That's great. I'm not, some people are like worried about splitting the community over servers. I think that's all nonsense. Always has been.
I got all of the Game Storms players over.
Yeah, I mean that's fine. And nowadays it's easy enough to switch over anyway. So.
It was. I don't know. They were stubborn, and then some of them just had issues with Discord, and they have to make their account manually and all that. But then, then they actually get on here and play, though. So it's worth it.
I'll just say, okay, one thing I did notice briefly, just because we were trying to, I think, dig up a film on Bagrata one time. Ephemeral, if you hear this, the UI needs some work on the films pages for Bagrata. That was the only thing. Like, it was a little hard to use there, but minor details.
Do you guys like get some hang up on the website when You're going to like download a film, and then all of a sudden you can't like back or go back on the web page anymore.
Probably. I know I was encountering quite a bit of issues trying to dig up films from the site there. So the GOS films pages are still quite a bit better, I would say. But I don't know if it's maybe the Begrata page might have had more information or some more features on it or something, but it's just kind of hard to use.
Yeah, if I remember, if you were listening, I don't know if it was yesterday or day before, whatever. I had a player ask me, like, how do I make an account? I can't make an account. He was on the website, and I told him it's a lot easier on Discord, and he made an account. But yeah, it's interesting that people have tried to make accounts on Begrata.net. I don't know if that's something that should be added, or how involved that is.
Let me ask you guys, has like the podcast episodes we've been doing, do you guys like learn anything about them from just the discussion at all? Do you think like it's anything you learned that you might be able to take with you as a player in future games, future tournaments?
Yeah, well, I thought the offensive healing throw was pretty. I don't think I've seen it that often, to be honest. Maybe people have just stopped doing it. For me, it's kind of just like refreshing how to play the game or play Reg right. So not so much like new stuff, but principles. The principles.
I don't think I've necessarily learned anything.
It's only been like
directly.
25 years, right, Dantski?
Like, there might have been one or two things that I've kind of subtly taken in that maybe I wasn't doing before. Like, I think the first time I talked to you, I think we were watching films and my archers are way too clumped
Right.
a lot of the time. So it's like I've played a few games since then, and it's like I actively spread them out more earlier now.
Right.
It's just small things like that, really. Like when you talk about strategy, I feel like a lot of the stuff you talked about here is stuff I've heard you talk about before, so I've kind of known it before. So
Gotcha.
I think,
Yeah.
overall.
A lot of
Sorry,
reminders.
go ahead.
Yeah, reminder.
You know?
That's a good way of putting it. Yeah, like like I always say, everybody for the most part can see all the mistakes after the game, nitpicking the when you analyze the film, everything becomes a lot more obvious because like you're fully focused on just being able to watch and not play at the same time. But like the key that really people always tell me this, like, oh, I knew that, like I point something out and everybody says they know, but it's like, but you have to like reinforce it, right, over and over to get to the point where you intuitively just do it in the middle of the game without even thinking about it. It's like muscle memory. And then that's when it really, you start becoming more consistent and then your game gets kind of elevated, right?
yeah, I think one of the things that really decides how good or how you play now as a player is when did you stop watching films and analysing how
Oh,
you play?
100%. Yeah, no, 100%.
Because I probably stopped doing that probably 2008, 2009. I just don't watch films anymore. So
That's such a good point, and like I've mentioned that before too, but it's worth repeating. Like, if you want to improve at this game, you need to watch film, like 100,000%. And I've said that to people many times, and that's why like in tournaments, MWCs, like the way you improve is like you have to create a feedback loop, right? Like you have to go back and reflect on what just happened and see what went well and what didn't go well in order to actually generate any lessons that is going to change thinking and behavior in the future, right? Otherwise, you're just going to keep playing the exact same way. It's not going to like really imprint on your mind to change anything. So that's why whenever I captain teams, if I'm ever doing a tournament with a team, I always do that with the feedback after every match. Otherwise, to me, it's almost like why it's not even a real tournament if I don't do that. It's otherwise just like a collection. It almost feels like Rabble games at that point. Like if you're gonna do, for me, if I'm gonna do a tournament, I want to do it properly. So otherwise, I would just.
That's kind of how I feel like this my team was. We were just a Rabble team in a sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I think most teams kind of throughout history have kind of been that way. They're not so organized, right? So yeah.
Like I would say, your team was a Rabble team when we beat you 5-0.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, and it shows. It shows in the result. Yeah.
So it really shows how much difference preparation does make.
Yeah, I guess this would have been the only if I wasn't involved. Probably we weren't doing the weekly feedback thing either. Maybe not until the last couple of weeks. I don't, because I doubt, unless you were doing something, Paris. I don't know if you remember, but I wasn't giving any feedback, I'm sure, until I started capping. But
you mean in like articles or like on like the
team,
YouTube videos?
No. Like in the internal team discussion during the tournament after every match. You know how I always give feedback to the team after the match? I don't know were you doing that at all when you were capping? Do you remember?
In the teams I've been on, yeah, I would try to add that aspect when it was appropriate, you know?
In 2012, though, in particular, when you were capping, do you remember?
Oh, I don't know. I might have wrote up something. I might not have, you know?
Yeah.
I forget what we might have used for forums that year.
Yeah, was there forums? I think there was forums.
There was, but good luck finding your login and password.
Yeah.
Was the Bulls forums like hacked by Coup or was it?
No, it was Ghengis. Yeah, you don't remember this? Ghengis kind of, because Ghengis was still, yeah, I'm sure Coup asked Ghengis for it. I'm sure it was a collaboration between the two, but Ghengis just basically handed Coup. I don't think he like handed them like the password or anything, but just basically was copy pasting the text content or screenshots or whatever from our forums. Yeah,
that's effort.
Yeah, I mean the 2012 team forums are still there. You just need a password to activate them.
Yeah, I'll have to check. I might be able to remember something in there to get in. It would be some of these old team forums would be cool to like see some of that old chat from way back when.
I mean, you can see how many posts were made in each forum, and my team was most active in that regard. So
let me actually try real quick. Let's see if I can get the site here. So let's see. How do you log in? I don't even see the login button.
You don't need to log in, I don't think.
Oh, I see. Okay. So how do you access your team forum? It's just supposed to.
Yeah, you can just scroll down into private forums.
Scroll. Oh, okay. I didn't see the forums button there. Okay.
Yeah.
Discussion boards. Okay, gotcha. Okay, yeah. So this is like PHP forum. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. There's a login for it. Oh, yeah, I see the, okay. Yeah. Okay, and then it asks for this board is password protected. Oh, I see, there's a password to the forum, not to your login account. I see.
Yeah,
it's not like permissioned. Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't remember that team password.
I mean, I assume Paris probably set it.
Oh, that's right, yeah. Okay, well, you can see, actually, this is such a good point. You can see from the private forums here. So there's other tournament forums. Okay, so yeah, 20. So I think that the other tournament forums is what other tournament was going on in 2012? There's like 4 team forums for some other tournament, some draft tournament. That must have been draft tournament. That's yeah. Oh, it says Asmo's tournament. That was a draft tournament. Yeah, okay. So
Might have been the first draft tournament too.
Yeah. Okay, so you can actually see the post and thread counts on this, and yeah, like we were the second most active. So even my team had more activity on their forums than we did. So yeah, and what was the NC roster? Is that Thundercocks? They call themselves Thundercocks that year?
I mean, NC probably had their own. They're probably still using their
Oh, you're right.
online server or whatever.
Yeah, there's only 7 teams there, so maybe they didn't even ask to create their own forum. They probably had their own thing. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Anyway, it's been nice, but I think I actually want to head off now.
Yeah. I was gonna wrap it up anyway. Yeah, it was good chatting with you guys, and sorry for all the technical issues. That like wasted like a good hour of our time. I probably will have to switch recording of responsibilities to Asmo to fix that because until I get a new computer. So, but anyway, wrap it up there. Thanks you guys for joining, and until next time.